It is 6 o'clock. Good morning, you bunch of degenerates from the Superbook.com sports desk. I'm Robert Walsh. The Green Bay Packers handled the LA Rams 24-12 last night. Baker's dozen completions weren't enough to top Rodgers and the Packers' pair of runners. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon combined for 197 total yards and 3 touchdowns. The Packers moved to 6-8 and are one game out of second place in the NFC North. Bowl season is underway. Yesterday, Marshall toppled UConn 28-14 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. The Thundering Herd ran for 210 yards on their way to the airbrush T-shirt that is the Myrtle Beach Bowl trophy. Today in bowl action at 2:30, Eastern Michigan takes on the San Jose State Spartans. In the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, from Spuds to Spudnik, the Toledo Rockets take on the Liberty Flames at 6:30 in the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
The show goes on without Will Boling today as the nations rejoice.
Yeah.
From our Cumulus Studios off of Music Row here in downtown Nash Vegas, it is a Tuesday, so we're going to act like it even though I have no idea what the hell that means, especially this week. To my left, 11-year NFL veteran and VFL, he is Ramon Foster.
Yeah.
To my right, she puts the big J in journalism, Kayla Anderson.
That's right, y'all.
I am Jonathon Shaffer, the best producer in the world.
The best producer in the world.
Filling in for Will Boling, and in the studio in place of me is the man that we affectionately call Bert, Robert Walsh, the best substitute teacher in the world.
In the world!
In the world,
Craig. There we go.
So I think we have already set the tone for today's show here at 6:02. Want to thank everyone that is joining us early this morning. Ramon, please don't do that again while your mic's on.
Oh, I know. I thought my head was away from the mic. You're right. I got to be smarter than that. That's all
snot
good.
rocket into your microphone.
No, I
Disgusting.
did not.
Because he wears a Santa hat here
You know what?
that he can do whatever he wants.
I'm in the holiday spirit, baby. That's all I'm telling y'all. I'm officially in the holiday spirit. It's cold outside. It's supposed to get colder. Although I'm worried about Thursday night.
Ooh.
Just a little worried. There's nothing that scares me more, okay, than driving in on either black ice or snow or something like that. I absolutely hate it. I'm terrified.
I don't think you'll have that problem.
I
don't think
you
it's gonna
sure
be
it
the
says
issue.
supposed to be rain turning into snow and ice.
I mean, maybe. But they haven't really talked about ice in the forecast.
You know why he says that, Kayla?
Because it's going to happen.
Because he's not going to
No,
be here.
because I'm probably going to have to deal with it.
That's right.
Driving from
Right?
here up to Western Pennsylvania on Thursday night. I'm not looking forward to that drive now.
Yeah,
it was
no.
going to be okay before.
It's going to be beautiful.
I'm not really looking
I know,
forward to
no.
it. That can be a little dicey. Ramon, Kayla, and Will, the show powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. When trust matters, count on All Four Seasons Garage Doors in Nashville. Professional garage door installation and repair from a locally owned and family-run business. Visit allfourseasonsgarages.com/Nashville. All of our guests courtesy of the Mark Spain Real Estate Hotline. You can check us out live and in living color on Zone TV, via YouTube, Facebook, also Twitch. Follow us on Twitter at Ramon Kayla Will. Coming up at 7:20 today, Ramon's top 7, bottom 3. The top 7 should be a little bit interesting as we're getting to the final weeks of the regular season, perhaps a little more clarity when it comes to that top 7. And then the man who is the leader of No Roof Ministries, Ron Slay, will join us at 9:20. Expect him in studio today. Everyone, good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Hey,
Robert.
I wanted to take some of the shine off Ramon's snot rocket, and I have to get something off my chest, and I feel like this is a safe place. I feel like I
no.
feel like I can say things here, and they won't be used to get to me like out
That's
of context later.
Yeah.
So my girlfriend babysits these kids from time to time.
Uh-oh.
And I went over there, and what happens when your girlfriend's babysitting kids? You get hungry. So you have to eat the host parents' food.
Yes.
And they are like the crunchy green parents where like everything is green and organic.
Oh.
And this is about 3 weeks ago. And the only thing I could find were these like baby food, like pureed, whatever you want to call it. And I'm like addicted to these things now.
What?
Wait, are they the hot dog things?
No, it's Happy Tot. I don't know. It's like a super.
You did not.
I
You
took
did
the
not.
whole box.
Those are what my nephews eat.
I took the whole box. They're so good. I can't eat in the morning. I get like hungry, but then I can just like go-gurt this thing in my mouth.
I don't want to hear that from you ever again, okay? Don't you ever say that again.
It's so good.
Those are
What
literally
is-
what my nephews eat.
It's so good. And I just want to know, is that okay? Is it okay that I eat these? Or should I not have shared this?
How old are your nephews, Kayla?
Well, 3.
Yeah,
and then
you're a 3-year-old right now.
the one is grown out of
Right
it.
now.
The one has grown out of eating those. He's 7.
Yeah.
That's the cutoff?
Yeah, I
7?
think it might be.
Rob.
I got like 6 more of these at the house. Once I clear those out, maybe I'll throw them out. I won't go back, but I can't promise anything. They are delicious.
Bert, you are what we call around here a grown-ass adult. You do you.
You do you. He reminds me, y'all saw,
He reminds me of everyone I went to school with at the dorm. Every single one of them.
He reminds me of a 90s movie boyfriend from Problem Child. You remember that scene in Problem Child where the boyfriend came over to the babysitter house and he put the projector outside and the boyfriend made himself at home?
Yep.
That's Robert, man. That's all I thought of. Like, why are you going over there when she's babysitting the kids and stealing their food? Yeah. Rob, you didn't think to bring $2 to order Uber Eats or nothing?
He's on the phone right
No,
now.
Absolutely
because
nothing.
they had treats there. Look, when I
That's the kids' treats.
babysat and those kids were in bed, I'd go through that pantry. Well, I want one of these. I want one of these.
Really?
They're probably like, what is this girl doing eating away our, closet there?
It's the same thing with Capri Sun.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
y'all can't tell me. I mean, they're gone in like a flash. You can eat them like Popeye eats the spinach. You just squeeze the thing, it jerks in your mouth. But like, I can't stop it. I love the things that are targeted towards kids. They're so easy to eat. I don't have to chew this.
No one ages out of Capri Sun.
No, and that
I'm
is
telling
a
you that
fact.
right now. Every
That's a
once in a
fact.
while, when I'm at the grocery store, I go by the Capri Sun, and I'm like, I should get 2 or 3
Yeah.
cases of this.
Really?
Especially when you inject vodka in them.
See?
Then it's a whole
Hold
nother,
on.
right?
See?
Did you just change the game?
Yes, she
Did
did.
Kayla just change the game?
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
607?
I don't remember which establishment it was I drove past recently, but it's not far from the studio, and they've got a big neon sign that says boozy slushies, and I went, that's
Yes,
Kayla!
and it is, because anytime I can get over there to party foul, that's where
That's
I go.
what. That's right.
Yeah.
That's where it was at. You're right. Over there at Party Foul.
Rob, the chat is saying big pause on a bunch of stuff you said this morning already, okay? Just, you're on a tear this morning, all right? You're on a tear, Robert. Golly, who is this guy behind the glass today, Shay?
He's the best substitute teacher in the world.
There it is. I'll
And
take
that's
it.
why
there.
we're not getting a pop quiz today. We appreciate that.
Yeah, you're right. We're not getting it. He's rolling out the TV
Oh,
today.
boy.
You always know it's going to be
that.
a fun day and a fun show when Bert's like, hey, y'all, you mind if I share this because I feel like I'm in a safe space right now?
He's still in the kids' snacks.
Safe
real.
space.
No,
I got 2 words for you, Bert. Fruit roll-ups.
Yes.
Keisha
Hey, I'm in
loves
there.
those.
Gushers.
By the foot, baby.
I can't do gushers though.
Gushers.
Gushers, no.
It's the greatest creation.
Sit down, Ramon.
I don't like juice filled like candy though. Yeah, I'm not
but
into
Gushers
it.
were like a fruit snack. It's not like a candy.
It's a fruit snack, is what
Yeah,
we're calling
not a
it.
candy.
That's how we get by with it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
If Mama put them in my lunch,
They gone first.
Well,
well,
here's
and
the
they
thing.
were somewhat healthy.
Look.
At least I make myself believe that.
Kayla. No, you're doing the me thing now. You're doing the me thing now, Kayla. No, they are not healthy. Grams of sugar, probably about 36 grams, okay?
Speaking of things that are not healthy, Aaron Rodgers with the Packers last night. Green Bay getting the win over the LA Rams 24-12 on Monday Night Football. A.J. Dillon, 2 touchdowns. Baker Mayfield, 111 yards passing. Hey, glad you could make it, Baker.
My goodness.
While the Packers keep their slim playoff hopes alive. So the Packers were able to get the win in a game that was just bleh. But I have to say this. I am enjoying the downfall of the LA Rams so much this season.
Sure.
This is fantastic. You have Sean McVay, who during the offseason, I don't know if I want to coach. I might want to go do this. And look, really good coach. Guy's been to 2 Super Bowls already.
That's
and won
cool.
one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had a coach that did something very similar to that early in his career. I got no issue with Sean McVay, but I'm enjoying watching the Rams just absolutely out loud suck.
Yeah.
Just because of how they put all their chips in the table last year. And congratulations to them for winning the Super Bowl.
100%.
They put their chips in. They did it. But now watching them fail, I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm just going to be honest about
It's super fragile is what it showed us. Like, if you're going to do that, it is very fragile. There's 2 teams that have done those things for the most part, and one not just egregious as the other. The Saints did it. Mm-hmm. They did it, and now look at their situation. They're trying to figure out, I don't even know what their situation is. Their cap, I think, is still a total hell.
It is.
When you look at them, and then the Rams being another team. They actually cashed in on it. So we're 50-50 on teams that are doing this right now. Is there anybody else? I almost look at Denver with Peyton. It was similar. Mm-hmm. It was very similar with them. What was it? Who was the outside rusher they went and got? The Hall of Famer. Golly. Played for the Cowboys before. Golly, him. Bert probably knows. Where is he at?
Just escaping me right now.
I know. They went and got him. They went and got Peyton. They Emmanuel Sanders. They got a bunch of guys. They lightly paid for one, but they were sustainable for the most part.
DeMarcus Ware.
DeMarcus Ware.
There you
DeMarcus
go.
Ware.
Yeah.
DeMarcus
And
Ware.
for them, they went to 2 Super Bowls and won 1 with Peyton. Although Peyton, and this is not to tick off the VFLs out there, really rode shotgun on that Super Bowl win because he couldn't throw the ball at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But that defense just dominated Cam Newton in that Super Bowl.
Peyton gave them a DNA of what to do, though.
100%.
Yeah. To what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away Peyton's contribution.
No.
And there were a lot of people here in Nashville that would have loved to have seen Peyton Manning in a Titans uniform.
For you to give the MVP to a defensive lineman, number one, he killed it.
Yeah.
But that can easily go to a quarterback, especially when you got a name guy like Peyton.
Yeah.
So, Peyton rose shotgun.
I think it's interesting that brings up the conversation, though, how many teams would be willing to go all the way, win the Super Bowl, and then get what they have right now, 4 wins right now on the season. I would think a lot of teams would probably be like, okay, sign us up for that. If they're going to win a Super Bowl, probably. Now, fan bases, I don't know if that would be anything different, but
you meant the team.
are you going to complain if you have a ring and then the next year, you're crap, but you still have that ring?
Yeah, you got that ring.
I think that's where the interesting discussion comes in, because I don't know where I exactly am on that. I don't know if I think I'd be willing to be like, hey, we got a Super Bowl and now our team's crap.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe people's
Look what he did for him, though.
opinions differ.
Bro, so much notoriety. They moved cities. Mm-hmm. Okay, they became relevant there. They're a thing. They are. They got a group of superstars that are still there for the most part. They're just not playing well.
Well,
injuries.
And they really wanted to do that moving into a brand new stadium. And then having come back to that market. Because let's face it, there are no Rams or Chargers fans. They don't exist. They're myth.
Yeah.
Any of those fans are actually the cardboard cutouts that are left over from COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they're the stars that come in when they do win the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Yeah. Or as I call them, USC football fans.
Yes.
It's
there
the
you
exact
go.
same thing. But that's eternal debate, and perhaps we'll throw that out on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, Will, and talk about it throughout the show as well. What we are going to talk about next when it comes to your Tennessee Titans, even the backups are going down. This incredible, ridiculous, silly injury plague that has struck this franchise for a couple of seasons now. We'll discuss next on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone.
Hey, it's Will Boling for my friends at Lee Company, and we tell you all the time, right, that Lee Company is all you need. Well, they do it all for you this winter, whether it's HVAC, plumbing, electrical, general maintenance, new technology, and so much more. Lee Company can become your on-site strategic partner. Lee Company works with unique facilities, and they offer custom solutions. And Lee Company's virtual support team has 24/7 eyes on floor temperatures, building metrics, and so much more. You see what they see with XOI picture and video technology on every single service call. And Lead Company, they've been the best in the business for nearly 80 years. Trusted since 1944, open 24/7 with over 950 vehicles in their fleet. So let Lead Company become your on-site strategic partner. Visit leadcompany.com and click on My Facility to learn more. And give them a call at 615-567-1000. That's leadcompany.com. Lead Company, all you need.
I heard this song and I started doing the Bill Cosby dance and went, nope,
No.
can't do that anymore. Can't do that.
Oh, no, you can't.
No, you cannot.
No.
Jelloo.
622
Boy, they was
here.
rapping.
Ramon, Kayla, and Will, 104.5 The Zone, Christmas in Hollis, which made everybody in the studio go, holla, as Kayla was over there doing her, her strut, her thing, her dance. Occasionally she'll listen to stuff and get the meme
What
bug
is?
face on.
Oh my goodness.
I've already been memed on Twitter today. Yeah, already been memed. That's fine. I know how ridiculous I can look at times. He's Ramon Foster. She's Kayla Anderson. I'm Jonathon Shaffer, and for Will Boling. Robert Walsh filling in for me on that side of the glass. Of course, we'll take your calls at 615-737-1045. In just a matter of moments, we'll talk about how even the backups are going down. Let's go out to the phone lines first with Angel in Clarksville. You're on. Ramon, Kayla, and Will on the zone. What's up, Angel?
What's going on? Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Angel. Where you been, man?
Oh, man, I've been licking my wounds, man. We've been getting spanked.
Okay, my bad. Okay, you back out of the den.
Ramon, why you got to do that to him, man?
If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all, man.
See,
you go.
see, that's the holiday spirit right there, Angel. I appreciate that.
And look, and I wasn't even going to talk about Todd. Just for you, man.
Hey, look. I'm going to go ahead and make it right now, Angel, since you on there, okay? On the air right now. Y'all don't have to back off because of me, baby. If it's trash, just call it that, okay? We can take it out together. Don't back it off because of
Look,
me.
if it's trash, we call it the Buck Rising Show. Okay? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Lord.
I'm kidding.
Oh, Lord.
I'm kidding.
Stray balls.
Look, real quick, for Bert. I got a 10-month-old, so as far as them snacks and the purees and everything go, I know they fire. But what you need to try is the little yogis. They're like these little yogurt things that just melt. And they like, oh no, they're just delicious. So if you ever get your hands on a bag of them, go ahead and
The little puffs?
Yogurt.
Yes, the little puffs. They like fruit yogurt. They melt.
Yeah, I've had those before. I'm going to be real. When my
So
kids
now
are
Ramon's
younger.
admitting this.
I did. Yeah, it was my own kids, though, Angel. You brought it back. Yeah, they come in a little
boy.
pouch, man. They melt. Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
All right, so I don't have children, so Angel, let me ask you this question. How often would you sneak in a bite of that food while feeding the child?
Oh, every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Especially the berry ones. But look, real quick. I just got two things. First off, do y'all think that we can win in the playoffs realistically, even if it's a game? Because don't nobody think we're going to win a Super Bowl, even though wishful thinking is a thing. Without Traylon. I feel like without Traylon, there's like zero chance with the way Derek's running and Bobby Trees and Nick Westbrook and Keenan, man. As much as I love them too, man, they just ain't it. And so I'm going to hang up and listen on that note. And my last thing is, yes, I would leverage our whole entire future. I'll be fine if the Titans, I could die happily if we win just one Super Bowl. And I don't care if we're trash after that.
Yep.
Just one. That's all we need. In this stadium, too. Not even in the new stadium, in Nissan Stadium. LP Field, damn it. Anyway, I love y'all, man. You know, I'm on my way to work. I'm going to hang up and listen, man.
Be
How you know?
safe, man.
Thanks, Angel.
Well, it's a topic that we'll discuss throughout the show today,
Yeah.
especially on the offensive side of the ball and the dearth of playmakers right now for the Titans. Traylon Burks has to be back in this lineup.
Yeah.
Because, hey, who would I rather throw a 50-50 ball to, a combat catch situation? Traylon or, no offense, young man, Racy McMath?
Yeah, Traylon, 100%.
Or NWI, for that matter, as of late, too. He hadn't been on it as much.
Nah.
I'll say this. Traylon changes this entire offense. 100%. He changes the entire offense of it to me, which is why I say go get another one, okay?
Yeah.
Go get another one. Go get something like that again. I know Will has joked about, who was it? The Hyatt or somebody like that. Like, seriously. Or Tillman. Go get another one is what I
Right.
say.
But you got to find them a little later because guess what you have to put your focus on?
What's that?
Linemen.
Yeah. I mean, but
And you'll have different people,
Yeah.
at least from the executive side of the team, picking your offensive lineman in this upcoming draft.
Which is
boy.
It's like a fresh breath of air, right?
It is.
Knowing that there could be potentially hits there.
A hit
have
there.
to be hits there.
Sprinkle some seasoning on it finally, huh? We've been eating bland chicken for so long. Now we're going to sprinkle some lemon pepper on the wings this time. We're going to get us a real good offensive lineman. That's what we're doing.
Are we going Lou Williams on this?
We're going lemon pepper Lou.
Some spicy.
That's what
big
we're
men.
going. Some spicy. We can go spicy lemon pepper, okay? Or either some buffaloes. We're gonna do something with blue cheese or ranch,
There we
whichever
go.
your preference is what we're looking at this offensive line in this draft like right now. But to that point, Angel asked a question: winning in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That first question: do I think it's possible? Yes, I do think it's possible if you get Traylon back.
Well,
Yeah.
and I'll also say this. I like that matchup for the Titans if they get into the playoffs. And look, statistically, in terms of odds, still a very good chance they're going to go ahead and go into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
that has dwindled a bit over the past 4 weeks, but not as likely, but still likely that they get into the playoffs. But right now, they just got to get a victory to snap that 4-game losing streak. I like their chances more if they're taking on Bert's team and Baltimore coming to
Respectfully.
town than if it's – I'm not disrespectful. I'm being respectful.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I want it to happen too because I want to go to the damn game.
I
Real one.
prefer their chances more if they're playing Baltimore in a first-round matchup than if
Okay.
they're playing Cincinnati.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. 120%.
Yeah, 100%. I'd much rather see this team versus
Yes.
a run versus run team. They don't want to see Cincy right now.
Yeah, and right now, Ravens fans, and Burke can chime in on this, hate their offensive coordinator maybe just as much as Titans fans hate the DAs and Todd Downing out there.
Don't you?
Besides Ramon.
What's
DA
wrong with y'all? Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
advocate.
There weren't any fire Todd Downing flyers floating around Nissan the other day. In Baltimore at the Castle, there were flyers where someone had written "Fire Greg Roman" and they were thrown all over the Ravens complex.
On
Were they really?
On
What?
Sunday morning,
No
someone
kidding.
left several makeshift handwritten flyers that read "Fire Greg Roman" scattered just outside the Ravens facility entrance, calling for, of course, Greg Roman to get canned, their offense coordinator. Outside linebacker Tyus Bowser posted an IG video of the flyers with the caption, "Well, all right then."
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Feeding into it a little.
what y'all got going on in Baltimore?
They act like everybody's healthy. They act like Lamar's playing.
Right.
Like, oh, my God, Tyler Huntley had a bad game. Oh, who would have thought that he didn't have Lamar-like antics
Yep.
in him? I am flabbergasted.
And that's the thing.
Flabbergasted.
You have the Ravens, which actually the defense has been the bigger issue, the amount of double-digit leads that they've blown late in games. And they're going all crazy with Greg Roman. Lamar's not playing, y'all.
Yeah,
Right.
What are they losing their mind about? Yeah, they haven't been as good offensively as they'd
Yeah.
like to be. I still don't know who they're throwing it to in terms of receivers. With running backs, it's, whoever the running back's going to be
Yeah.
this week with Baltimore. But dang.
But this is, to me, though, the same situation as the Titans, too. The Ravens, I'm sure, Lamar can chuck it, right? He can get it down the field. He just loves going to his tight ends. There is a level of pro in Lamar that says he can get the job done. The same way you look at Tannehill. There's a level in Tannehill of professionalism that can get the job done. They want to stick to the run. They want to play really good defense. Say what you want to, these organizations are very similar.
Absolutely.
And for
Yeah.
at least the last 2 years here in Tennessee, and if I'm not mistaken, how long has Greg Roman been the OC in Baltimore?
I think since 2019. So
it's been
About
Okay.
the
About 4 years.
So a
rookie
similar.
year, Lamar's rookie.
all I've heard from, and I got friends that are Baltimore fans. I don't know how. Bert's one of them now.
have friends
Yeah,
that are-
that's what we call each other. But they've been wanting Greg Roman for at least the last 2, if not
Okay.
3 years. They have been like, he's the one that's holding that team back. The same way you can look at Todd Downing's situation and be like, well, Todd's doing this. This is a very similar situation to me.
So is Harbaugh like Vrabel in that way too, where he's very loyal to his guys?
Yes.
And that's probably why things aren't changing?
Yes, you got a very strong-headed coach who also was on the verge of almost getting fired, too.
Which is crazy because he's a heck of a coach.
Heck of a coach.
Let's hear from John Harbaugh right now. So that was a long-winded way of saying coach better, play better.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
But it's also a coach that actually said something publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Vrabel hadn't actually addressed, or I don't know if Vrabel doesn't answer like that.
Well,
though.
he addressed it by saying there are going to be no imminent changes to our coaching staff this season.
Yeah. Harbaugh at least gave you like, hey, everybody's
and he
under the
did
gun.
that, and he did that on the Mike Vrabel show.
Yeah. Yeah, he did do that on the Mike Vrabel show.
So huzzah for him on that.
Yeah.
But they've got some questions when it comes to their offense, similarly to the Titans. They have a much different quarterback with Lamar than what the Titans have with Ryan Tannehill. And we'll get into throughout the show today my just complete disdain for Ryan Tannehill slander. Because I'm not accepting it this year.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
not
definitely
going
not
to have
hearing it as much.
It's still there.
No, it's still there.
But I think it's completely unfounded. 615-737-1045. Patrick in Hendersonville joins us now. Patrick, you're on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone.
Good morning, you all. How you doing?
Good.
Good morning.
So, have watching football for so long and loving the sport, realizing the NFL is a war of attrition. Every team has bumps and bruises. It's like the reason why Mike was the coach of the year last year is because when we lost Derrick Henry, the Titans were done across the nation, and the man was able to coach, scheme, and plan, and put a team together to make a playoff run. So the whole aspect of injuries, they know that. It's part of it. Look at every team. We just talked about two different teams, LA and Baltimore, losing their quarterbacks and losing key people to injury, and they're not the team they used to be. That's one. That's just true about it.
Yeah.
Two, gushers are not a fruit snack. It's a candy. And as a man, I'm not happy with anything squirting or exploding in my mouth. You guys have a good morning.
Phrasing.
I said Gogurt in my mouth. I didn't say nothing about
And
that.
good morning to you here at 6:35 in America's Music City.
You need to go back and listen to what you said. Okay?
I don't want to. I feel like Schaefer's going to do enough of that for me.
Well, right now in the chat, I'm being accused of
I'm hearing somebody.
flatulence, which did not occur, by the way.
I didn't hear any of that in the studio.
I did not hear any of that at all.
I can smell it in here, and I'm in a
And
glass case of emotion.
That's because you're basically offending yourself.
That's because you're eating baby food.
It's
What do you
because I'm the one that
expect back
farted.
there?
That's fine.
The one who knocked and the one who tooted at the exact same time. Look, what happened last year with the Titans and the 91 different players and all of that, it's not sustainable.
No.
Nope.
It
No.
feels like every possible karmic receipt that could get pulled on the Titans has been pulled in the past 4 weeks on this team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How this team held the Chargers to 17 points, I still can't figure out. Amazed by the defensive performance, especially with all the different guys that were out on the field defensively for the Titans.
Yeah.
And again, they play that type of ball, being able to run the ball, don't turn it over, and they actually got some takeaways the other day and won the turnover margin. Unfortunately, didn't win the game.
Right.
I know every team has injuries. We all know that. But statistically, it is fact that no team has had to go through the amount of players that this Titans team has had to go through. And they have to get people that make plays back on offense. That's Traylon Burks. Unfortunately, Kyle Phillips, it's looking like now he won't be back.
Yeah.
You're hoping David Long will be back on defense. Although, again, the defense hung in there
Finds
really
ways
well
still.
against a guy who I consider a top tier 2 quarterback for what it's worth in Justin Herbert. He's not quite at that top tier yet because of the franchise that he's with and the team that he's on.
Yeah.
But if the Titans go ahead and make the playoffs and they play a team like the Ravens, which is basically the Spider-Man meme, you've got Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man,
Yep.
then you've got a shot. Ramon, you just want to get in the tournament.
You do. And
Regardless of what's going on with your team
Yep.
and everything that may be an issue, you just want to get in the tournament.
Yeah, you can't overstate that as idea that, look, you're not going to do. I heard some people saying that, and this is fair. it's good to be at this spot. We had a caller yesterday that said, man, the South is enough. Like, I'm over just winning the South. And I think it's a little bit of reality check in that. When you look at what the South is, it's almost like the NFC South, too. I mean, it's just like it's bad right now as far as what you're facing in a sense. So I think that's the part of it that kind of frustrates you a little bit. It's like, man, yeah, we're winning the South, but look at these guys. You got the friggin' dragon faces, right? Like, everybody looks legit, except this time you got three illegitimate dragons with their tongue out of their mouth, and you got the Titans. That's what you have, right? And then you look and you say, we're supposed to do this. I think it's fair for the fan base to say, I'm tired of buying the same shirt and the same hat every single year, and we need more.
Right.
Getting into the playoffs, though, isn't anything to just sniff at and be like, yeah, we're making it. I think now you've done this so much and you're probably so used to it, it's just like, you know what? We want more. We deserve more. That needs to be more. And then Vrabel's safe, but they end up having a change at the GM position to have a lot of turnover that's going to happen next year, trying to figure out what Ryan Tannehill, Derek's going to be, just getting guys back. The health situation, you got to always question that. There is a level of just, look, I'm fed up with just living like this year to year.
Yeah, and rightfully so. The fans have every right to feel that way. Although this franchise has taken steps in the right direction, now it's kind of been at a point where they're doing things the same way. They're dealing with the same injuries. They're the weird dragon out of the four. Like you said, that meme is so funny. And that's a reality this year, unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with. If they're going to make a push at the playoffs and do anything in the playoffs, they have to get bodies back, period.
Yeah.
Not only do they have to get bodies back, guys, they can't continue to lose 2 to 3 players in every single game on the way out, because that's what's happening in every single game this year.
Yeah.
If they cannot remain healthy and then get players back, there's just it's over for the season, right?
Yeah.
But
that's tough.
Looking forward, I think this whole way of how they win has to start to change, because you can't continue to take players off the streets, plug them in, and hope you're going to win a Super Bowl.
I'll also say this, too, as we head into the break. Derrick Henry's the man.
Yeah.
I underestimated him some coming into the season, what he's been able to do. He's likely going to be close to 400 touches by the end of the season when it comes to catches and carries, which I still think's too much, but that doesn't matter. But you can have the king, but if you're not scoring points, it doesn't matter. 615-737-1045. Jonathon Shaffer in for Will Boling. He's Ramon Foster. She's Kayla Anderson. More of Ramon, Kayla, and Will coming up on 1045 The Zone.
The holiday fun continues at Genesis Diamonds with the year's best finance offer now extended through Christmas Eve. Genesis love last-minute shoppers, and Genesis has tons of great ideas, incredible value prices, and 5-year zero-interest financing. So you can splurge on that $9,000 diamond ring and pay just $150 a month. Or how about that $5,000 pair of diamond stud earrings, just $85 a month. You can even finance the sales tax, and you can use this amazing offer on anything. Designer engagement rings, classic like diamond pendants and bracelets. All Genesis hand-selected GIA certified diamonds are included, and so are the luxury pre-owned Rolexes. Is this the year you treat someone or even yourself with a Rolex? Or that amazing Diamond Eternity band? At Genesis, they have the best holiday collection ever with case after case of headliner gifts that are romantic and timeless. And with Genesis guaranteed best value price and 5-year zero-interest finance offer, you can make this the best Christmas ever and still stay in budget. Merry Christmas from Genesis Diamonds on approved credit.
Join 104.5 The Zone coming up Thursday. Buffalo Wild Wings in Smyrna for our next Titans football feast. Stop by for your chance to win Titans versus Texans tickets. Hopefully you have a parka when you win those tickets.
Man.
As cold as it's going to be Saturday.
Woo-wee.
Giveaways each hour throughout the show as well. That's thanks to Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. For a full schedule of events, as always, you can go to 1045thezone.com. Jonathon Shaffer in for Will Boling. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Robert Walsh, all with you today. Our Twitter poll that we have up right now at Ramon, at Kayla, Will, with 3 regular season games remaining. The Titans will finish 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3. You've got 3 hours left to vote on the poll. At Twitter, at Ramon, Kayla, Will. And quickly, let's go around the room. What do we think with the Tennessee Titans and how they're going to finish?
I got 2-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they'll win on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to crazily be healthy enough for the Cowboys game. This sounds crazy, but I'm going to pick them over the Cowboys.
You got them over?
I do. And I
Wow.
honestly think they might lose to the Jags.
I get that.
So 2-1.
Yeah. I'm going to go 2-1. Depending upon injuries, of course, I can easily flip that to 1-2. But I think it's going to be 2-1. And that's the thing. John Glennon mentioned it in his recent piece, courtesy of FanNation and SI.com. There is a nightmare scenario that we don't want to happen where the Titans could lose out until the final game. And as long as they win that final game, they make it in because on the second tiebreaker, the divisional record.
Yes.
Beating up those ponies, beating up those Colts. Yes, I'm beating up those Colts has definitely been advantageous for the Titans over the past couple of years. Rick and Franklin joins us now on Ramon, at Kayla, and Will in the Zone. What's up, Rick?
What's up, Rick?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, what's up?
Morning.
Hey, I was going to make a comment about the injuries. I think what you're seeing going on with the injuries is the style of football Tennessee plays. Ryan's getting hurt because he has no offensive line. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But the defense, I think, is getting hurt also because maybe it's the strength and conditioning team that's preparing these guys. They're just not doing a good job with it. And I have one other question for you, and I'll hang up and listen. With a new GM coming in, usually GMs are bringing their own coaches. Do you think Mike Vrabel has a chance of staying, or will he be relieved? And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Well, Mike Vrabel's head coach of the Tennessee Titans for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think he
is. The question from that is how much influence, how much input is he going to have in the roster construction and the roster building of this team?
Yeah. That's what we're not going to find out yet until the season's over. But I would say that him and Amy Adams Strunk are going to be sitting down having a very important conversation. Again, we don't know how much he's going to be involved in kind of having a say in the GM, but I would say he's going to want a little more involvement with the roster building. But then again, I don't think it's going to be anything close to like a Bill Belichick where he's kind of running the show.
Or Bill Parcells, who, of course, had the famous line, if you want me to cook them, why can't I choose the groceries for it?
Yeah.
But I would have to think that Vrabel has a larger role. The question that comes from that, and what we will probably never have a straight answer to, is how much of a role did he have before with John Robinson?
I wish we could figure this out.
Yeah.
Like, can we be a fly on the wall and go back a little and see how much? Because that's the thing. We keep guessing, but we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. Y'all know I love the trainer room staff too because they do take care of the guys. Let me just say this real quick about them. I think there needs to be a study done by the weight room staff and the trainer room. They got to get somebody to put some eyes on what they're doing on a day-to-day basis because style of ball is one thing. There's teams that play very hard ball. Again, I'll forever bring up 49ers. I'll even say the team I play for, Baltimore, plays a hard style of ball. Green Bay plays a hard style of ball. Cleveland does. Cincy does. Like, truthfully, everybody does, okay? So the style of ball is one thing. Whether we're saying the Titans running the ball too much on the ground, they need to find ways to kind of open it up a little bit. Okay, there could be some studies there like, hey, you guys probably need to pass a little bit more to give your offensive lineman a break or your running back a break or something like that. For me, though, the style of football is very physical. If you're not physical, you probably are trash, okay? That's just part of it. Or if you're getting out physical, you're probably trash. I know one of the things we did was our group said, what do we need to do? Coach, you're a little old school. we can't do this every day in camp. We were like clashing every day. There is no day off in camp, okay? That's just how we roll. Incorporated GPS systems. We started tracking guys running around.
Vrabel says they're doing that.
They're uploading, offloading, rest in between. How's your recovery as a team? Guys, are you getting enough sleep? Are you in meetings all night? Are you going out at night? How much are you drinking? What are you eating? I think that has to be done as a team because you're at that point. We got to figure something out. 2 years in a row. Last year, okay, cool. Vrabel, you got a nice piece of jewelry for that. Coach of the year. You manage 90-plus players. I think if they don't bring in somebody to put eyes on what needs to change, then that's a problem. When we do this 3 times in a row, yeah, something's got to change or somebody's getting fired.
At the very, very least, as you mentioned, you have to have a thorough and full examination of what's going on.
And you got time.
Yeah.
Because when you have 2 seasons like this, now you got a trend.
Yeah.
Last year you could say, oh, it's an anomaly, and you can dismiss it. You can't now.
Right. And when you switch up a GM, you have to start looking at everything now. Because now it's like you don't want to keep just getting rid of people.
Right.
I mean, you got to, like, not clean house, but you got to do a thorough cleaning after this season. And you got to check all the things that aren't working. How can we better them? If you don't, you're in for another season like this.
Most times, training staffs are hard to fire.
Yeah.
Training staffs go through ownership for the most part, too.
And that's the question that I'm asking as we head into the break. With a new GM coming in, what kind of role, what kind of an impact will that have? We're not going to discuss it much now for obvious reasons, but the offseason is going to be fascinating for so many reasons when it comes to the Tennessee Titans. He's Ramon Foster. She's Kayla Anderson. I'm Jonathon Shaffer in for Will Boling. Second hour of the show. That is next here on 104.5 The Zone.
It's 7:01. Good morning from the Superbook.com sports desk. I'm Robert Walsh. The Green Bay Packers handled the LA Rams 24-12 last night. Baker's dozen completions weren't enough to top Rodgers and the Packers' pair of runners. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon combined for 197 total yards and 3 touchdowns. The Packers moved to 6-8 and are one game out of second place in the NFC North. Bowl season is well underway. Yesterday, Marshall toppled UConn 28-14 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. The Thundering Herd ran for 210 yards on the way to the airbrush T-shirt that is the Myrtle Beach Bowl trophy. Today in bowl action at 2:30, Eastern Michigan takes on the San Jose State Spartans in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And from Spuds to Sputnik, the Toledo Rockets take on the Liberty Flames at 6:30 in the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
.703 Ramon, Kayla, and Will live and coming through your speakers. You're on 104.5 The Zone. It is Tuesday, so we're going to act like it, even though I have no idea how you really act on a Tuesday, whatever that means, especially when we're heading into a holiday weekend. Jonathon Shaffer in for the loafing Will Boling.
Big time.
He's actually loafing. He's got days to burn. He's actually loafing.
You got the bread in your bag? You said
I got bread. It's gluten-free for you.
Yeah.
It's I got one for him that's lots of carbs.
That's just
all the carbs.
We just get stereotyped and everything.
No, you told me that.
Yeah.
You said I can't eat bread.
Well, no, I'm not a huge big bread fan now. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so don't come back and try to make me the bad guy.
But you made it
here.
like gluten-free. That's still bread.
So, DA, cut it.
Whoa, hey, Kyla.
Let's cut it over
Let's
that.
bring it back, okay? Let's bring it in. Yeah, see, we play this. I love the back and forth, baby.
Why is my family fighting?
Because it's what we do.
Yeah.
It's the holidays, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Why is my family fighting? And then you say, because that's what we do. If you ever want the definition of a dysfunctional family, you just provided it.
There you go.
11-year
And we
NFL veteran and Vol for life, Ramon Foster, putting the big J in journalism.
With bold.
Don't call her Kyla, but Kayla Anderson. And Robert Walsh Burt, the best substitute teacher in the world. The world, Craig, is in the booth here for
Sounds
us.
so great.
It's getting a little smoky in there. You okay? Everything all right in there?
Everything.
Well, Mike gave me the okay that I could smoke back here. So I've just been,
Wow,
Yeah.
we're taking it back
So
to the
lighting
50s.
them up, Marlboros after Marlboros,
Yeah.
pack after pack.
Don't think that's what he told you.
He did not. I think he said, "Do not smoke in
I
here,"
think that's what
explicitly.
was said.
There was a knot in there?
He texted it to me.
Yeah,
I kind of just let it.
not as in you better not do that
Yeah.
again.
That's what they did back in the 50s, like on the television
imagine.
set.
The good old days.
Right? The ashtray there.
Yeah.
They smoked in planes.
That's true.
Pressurized
Now that's
metal
crazy.
tubes 30,000 feet in the air.
That's
And they
crazy.
would light a cigarette in it.
Hitting the
Yeah, you
cig,
might
man.
remember when you go to IHOP and you could smoke a cigarette, ash in your eggs, and just pay your tab and go on your way.
Oh,
Those
my
were the
God.
good days, man.
You know, the good old days when you have a Pall Mall for breakfast. That's exactly right.
You remember when they used to make cigarette commercials look cool, though?
Yeah.
Like,
Do I?
Who made a camel buff?
Hey,
Yeah.
and that dude, that camel is too cool.
People were wearing the jackets with the camel on it.
Camel Cash.
Yeah.
I still got some in the bank.
They had the dispensers.
Yeah.
Like candy dispensers.
Can-
They had the cigarette dispensers.
Yeah. See?
Everywhere.
And the cigarette dispensers were the ones that were like a foosball table.
Yeah.
To where you'd put the money in, you have to pull it out and
Yeah,
turn it.
yep.
They were the coolest machines.
Huh?
they were targeting.
Right.
They were targeting.
It's the same reason why all the sugary cereal is at the bottom of the shelf.
Yeah.
Because as I saw the other day at the Publix, the little kid going along the shelf and grabbing the brightest,
Yep.
sugariest
There you go, kid.
cereal.
That's my type of
And
kid.
by the way, good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Make sure you got the dentist ready on line 3.
And Dylan just brought this up and giving candy cigs to
Yep.
kids. I blew candy cigs.
Ugh, they were great.
The gum was trash.
Like
It was so powdery.
people
Well,
under
that
30.
wasn't the point for it to be good.
That's crazy.
Don't you want the real thing, kids?
People under 30 or 25 years old have no idea what we're
No,
talking
they're
about.
like-
No.
They're like, what?
Well, they should be at home anyway. It's an adults hour, baby.
Yeah, it
We
is.
talk about what we
Still
want
too
to
early.
now. Kids are at
Still too
home, baby.
early.
It's adults hour now. We own the radio airs now.
It's only the adults hour if you're taking the walk of shame home from the night before. That's
I
the only
mean,
it's adults hour, right?
Hopefully some people going to work, but if you walk, college kids are home, baby.
Yeah, they are.
I saw them to look like a mother-daughter at the grocery store last night. College kid, mom home, got her home. She made her daughter drive her to the store last night. I was like, yeah. I always wondered, I was like, man, I get there with my boys one day. I'm gonna make them run so many errands with me.
Close. You close.
I'm close.
Yeah.
We gotta go. We gotta start going to the parking lot to drive. I told him
Yeah.
we gonna drive on this Christmas break, and I know he's chomping at the bit. Like,
On
"Dad."
A couple years away.
This might be a bad time, though, because of how cold. If you get black ice, like, stay away from
Oh
that.
no, we're doing the parking lot first.
Okay.
And if he does good in the parking lot, hitting the stop signs, going around proper speed, hitting the curves right, I may, because there's a church down the street from us, and I may let him drive us home.
He's like, we're doing it in the snow. Let's go. Just diving right in.
His uncle let him drive on the highway already.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
'Cause
Ron.
I was there when they came back.
Ron.
Let him drive in on the Kayla. New Shackle is a
baby.
nuisance, is it not?
It's
I
not
saw somebody
great.
this morning. I'm pulling out of my street. Somebody passing on the 2-way lane on the most residential street ever. I'm like, hey, I'm going to put a landing strip out here, or a
Yeah.
spike strip out here to stop you fools, man.
I
Tired
heard
of
you
that.
saying that.
All I know,
Yeah.
the people in the chat right now are reminiscing way too much about cigarettes gone by.
It's so funny, though.
You remember how they
It's
used to
so
market
funny.
it?
It was bad.
That, well, by the way, the Juul stuff, the little E-pens,
Yeah.
that's a
Oh.
problem now, too.
That's a
No,
big
and
problem.
Jules got shafted because when it happened, it was all like, "Oh, we don't want these mucho mango or sexy strawberry. We don't want the kids to be going for that." Well, Jewel had to stop. Now, if you want to smoke Jewel, you can smoke like chimney or Virginia tobacco. But everybody else still gets to have mucho mango, sexy strawberry, pretty pea.
Pineapple
So
passion.
Yeah, everybody else gets to do that. Jewel got shut
Oh,
down.
wow.
They did.
They paid for the sins
Like
of the
billions,
father.
didn't they?
Yeah, I'm
So,
serious. And
yeah.
now
Yeah.
it's just Virginia tobacco.
I remember growing up on the dashboard and in the ashtray of my brother's truck.
Yeah.
There would be Monopoly points from McDonald's.
Yes.
And Marlboro points all over the place.
Yeah.
There would
Oh,
be
you got
times,
Marlboro points?
Well, he did because
That's what I'm
unfortunately,
saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
I didn't know about
You
Marlboro.
I
want to
didn't
talk?
either.
You want to talk about a scam?
Really?
No.
I was going to Park Place to get some Pall Malls.
I'll tell you
Hey,
what.
that was on the secret menu. You didn't know about.
Y'all taking me back to
Yeah,
childhood
you-
for real,
You could
man.
grab that carton right next to the broken ice cream machine.
So we're
my-
talking
my-
about it. I
my-
got to light one up.
My mom. Burke got his lighter. Hit the little Wayne's flicker real quick.
That's how you know this song was going to be gas.
Yeah, that's the Lil Wayne mixtape. It used to be like all my aunties had smoke. I had a few that still. That's the era. The
Yeah.
80s, you grew up in it. They made it cool. My mom had smoked. She had stopped before she passed away though too. But she had smoked. And it used to be a pride thing. We had family events. Hey nephew, come go light the cig for me. And it'd be a sense of
Really?
just like, don't burn it too far. Don't put it in the fire. Just lit the tip of it and take it back to auntie. Did I
That
hit a
is
puffer too? Probably.
crazy.
So I did.
Matt Moon on the chat, which you can participate in as we are live on Zone TV, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Of course, follow us on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, Will. Matt Moon, everyone had a red Marlboro duffel bag. Here's the
saw
thing.
it.
Here's the thing. Growing up in the 90s, okay? I'm actually the oldest one in the room right now, which that really sucks. But growing up in the 90s, you had the Marlboro duffel bag and you had the starter duffel bag.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those really nice ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I
100%.
had, you bet your ass I had a Chicago Bulls.
I never
Yep.
got
That
one.
red starter duffel bag. And then you would have that duffel bag to go along with the starter jackets
Yeah.
that were in the mid to late 90s.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
People
The
were-
starter jackets were fire.
They were, but people were getting shot so much in West Tennessee with those. Like my mom and
What?
what? Yeah, no, you could the pull over with the pocket in the front. The ones y'all talking about, those starter jackets. No, you couldn't get. I ended up getting one in like 1996. It was a. It may have been later, maybe 98, 99. It was a. It was a Charlotte. I ended up getting a Charlotte Hornets.
yeah, that was a popular
Actually, by the way, the duffel
Yeah.
bag might have been Russell. I don't
Yeah.
remember, but still, yeah.
Yeah, no, people were getting shot for those jackets,
Well,
especially the Bulls.
you're right though, because we had the Adidas jackets as girls.
Yes.
And so we had like, if you didn't have an Adidas jacket, like you weren't cool,
Yeah, you
right?
just sucked.
So I had the navy and white one. Now I'll give them
Yeah.
this. That was a warm jacket. And in Washington State on the east side, like it gets cold over there. We get snow.
yeah,
But we had a little group of friends, and a new girl came into the school, and she wanted to get a jacket. No, I did not put any peer pressure on her to get the jacket. She went out and got the yellow and black Adidas jacket. You know, a little different colors,
Yeah.
but we were cool with it. We got in trouble because she was new and she got a jacket, and they assumed we made her get it.
really.
They put us in gang classes for a month straight. I'm not joking. In 5th grade, I sat in on a weekly basis
Yeah,
talking to former gang members
because y'all.
because they thought we were.
Wow,
This is a true story.
It worked.
Wow.
It worked. You ain't in a gang.
Is it right?
that we know
Kayla
of.
flashing the A-Town there.
That's a true story.
Throw it up then, Kayla. That's crazy.
Because of Mike on the chat, I've been lighting cigs on the stove since I was 3, Ramon.
I'm telling y'all, like,
Hey, if y'all need a little backup, let me tell you something else. You can't find a lighter, get you a cigarette, or not a cigarette, get you a spaghetti noodle. Put the noodle on top of the burner, and it will catch on fire. Give you just enough
get
to
out
light
of here.
whatever
You're
you.
so country. It's
He is.
I was
ridiculous.
so broke, I couldn't
My
lose it on my
God.
lighter.
That sounds like something burning, like lighting a cig off like the electric stove, like having to like wait till it turned red. Hey, I was a professional cigarette lighter as a kid.
I can't read the chat
Yeah.
anymore. We've got to
It's
go to
gone
break
off the
after this.
rails.
Between Kayla being in gang classes
Well, that's true.
and Robert lighting cigarettes off of burnt macaroni. This is Merry Christmas.
Merry
It was-
Hi, happy holidays.
It was always in
but you
movies
know
too,
what?
though.
Here's the thing. That's just the way it was.
yeah.
Yep.
That's just the way it was. We'll come back with more ratchetness. Ramon at Kayla and Will on 104.5 The Zone.
When it comes to large home repairs, a lot of the time we homeowners pretend we don't see the warning signs. We are afraid of what we're going to hear. This is especially true with waterproofing and foundation repair. It could be something big that needs to be fixed now, or it can be a small problem now that'll become bigger later, or it may be nothing at all. But in these moments, you want a peace of mind, and that's when you need United Structural Systems. With USS, you get problem solvers, experts to educate you and help you understand what's happening with your home. And USS will provide an honest diagnosis and stand by their work and warranties. And USS is based right here in Middle Tennessee and is a member of our community. So when it comes to something as important as your home, USS is a company who cares and the company you can trust. USS serving Middle Tennessee, Southern Kentucky, and Northern Alabama. You can find them online at USSTN.com or call them at 615-227-2275. We guarantee our best. Call USS.
Well, when we tasked Bert with
I know.
playing Christmas music today, this is
Didn't
not what we
expect
had in
this.
mind.
Dude, this is a banger. This is the best of the Christmas television special songs.
What is this?
You don't know Snow Miser? Heat Miser?
No.
A Year Without a Santa Claus?
No. I don't know this
I'm
one.
Mr. Snow. Dun-dun, dun-dun.
I
He's
never heard
Mr.
this.
Icicle. He's Mr. 10 Below. All right, well, that's fine. We'll just cut it off.
723 in Nashville. Ramon, Kayla, and Will 104.5
My face in
The
that
Zone.
segment, or that second of, I was like, what is this?
Jonathan
I never
Shaffer
heard
in for the
that.
loafing Will Boling. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Bert, the best substitute teacher in the world. Running the show today as I'm filling in for Will. Matt Moon on the Zone TV chat. Of course, you can check us out by going to YouTube and the various other places where you can watch and interact with the show. Matt says, I would give anything to be able to sit down and smoke at a Shoney's or a Waffle House.
Did I grow up and ever watch somebody smoke inside? Did I ever see that?
Yes.
My granddad owned the club, so I always saw. I was always around it then.
Quickly before we move on to something else that
We
is
got
much less
to.
smoky. No, but I wanted to say this. Because it's going to be so friggin' cold
Yeah.
this weekend. That's when I always laughed at the smokers. Because it's going to be 8 degrees outside after you're done with your holiday dinner. And want to have a drag on.
Yeah.
Going to have to bundle up as if you're going to climb Mount Everest just to go out and get a light of it, get some of that dark smoke in
A
you.
drag on.
It's just, I never felt bad when
That's
it came
some-
to that.
I had some former teammates, man. Anytime like we went out, they would just casually engage. Like they find some corner store on the south side in Pittsburgh who's selling singles.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, what are you doing? Why do you buy the whole pack? Like, what's wrong with you?
Because when Mike said, F you, Shafe, well, hey, get over it. Sean in Kentucky, you're on Ramon, Kayla, and Will here on 104.5 The Zone. Good morning, Sean.
Morning, Sean.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
I just want to say, back kind of on a football topic, I don't want to hear no more Tannehill slander. I'm not a huge
Yeah.
fan, but his toughness that he has shown this year,
Yeah.
and he should not be under. He should not have a lineman in his face when he's just trying to hand off a ball. So let alone get time to throw it. Now back on the cigarette thing, I remember y'all forgetting the Marlboro Man. When I was younger, we had a small farm, and we didn't have a tractor with a cab, so it was cold. I saved up my money all year long to go to our little fall festival in my town to buy a Marlboro Man jacket.
What?
Oh, my
I spent
goodness.
hours on that tractor just driving around for no reason, hoping somebody would see me on a tractor with my Marlboro Man jacket.
Are you
Hey, y'all have a good weekend and happy holidays.
Look, NASCAR was built on tobacco.
Yeah.
It used to be called the Winston Cup Series
That's
Championship.
true.
They had a race called the Winston.
Yep.
Sure did.
It was based off tobacco, which makes sense because, as Bert can tell you, because he's from that part of the world,
Yeah.
your headquarters are in Charlotte, North
Carolina.
Kakalaki, and of course, all the tobacco, mega headquarters from the same part of the country.
Moonshine and cigarettes, baby. That's what we do.
That's what I'm telling you.
Hold up. Wait a second. What was I calling that name a second ago?
Sean.
Sean. Sean, that's right, Sean. I got a buddy named Sean from Kentucky. Okay, Mayfield. I hope they're. By the way, I hope they're getting it together this holiday season too. They went through the tornado earlier this past year. That they got destroyed. Shout out to Sean, but he was a kid. Sean from Kentucky, saving his money to go to the fair to buy a Marlboro jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The times, y'all.
Mo,
Yeah.
you know what we call that?
What?
They have
America.
America. That's crazy. Another thing, I'm in Robeson County all the time too. I've been taking my kids there and stuff like for baseball practice. They have they're known for tobacco. Have you ever seen how big a tobacco leaf is?
Oh, yeah.
It is huge. And then they drive the tractors down the street and everything as far as drying them out, taking them to the big silos or whatever to dry them. I'm like, wait a minute. This goes on right here in Springfield, Tennessee.
I never knew that.
And Adams, yeah. It's a beautiful area out there too.
615-737-1045 for that person on the chat that said, stop BSing talking sports. All right, whatever. Mikey in Lebanon joining us now on Ramon, Kayla, and Will. What's going on, Mikey?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo.
So I got a couple questions for you. So I saw a stat yesterday where Chig was rated the second best rookie tight end ever, according to PFF.
Yeah.
He's behind Hunter Henry, I think, by like a point.
Yep.
But he was at the top of yards per route run by like half a yard over any tight end ever in his rookie year. And so I was wondering, do you think he has the opportunity to be an elite tight end? And also, which play do you think is the worst play in NFL history? The Colts, when they ran that special teams play with 2 people lined up on the left side of the field and 9 lined up on the right? Or when Jacoby Myers tried to throw a 20-yard lateral to Mac Jones and he has stiff-armed into the ground?
Appreciate it. Thanks,
That's all,
Mike.
guys.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate that.
That New England play.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Why are you even throwing it to Mac Jones anyway?
He got caught up in the moment. He had a J.R. Smith moment.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened to Jacoby. And this is what I'll say about Jacoby Myers, who seems like a great dude.
Yeah.
Owned it all.
Yeah, he did.
Which I thought was phenomenal.
After that,
What's-
crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He owned it all.
Yeah, he did.
And credit to
Yeah.
him for that.
But anything with Mac Jones involved,
Yeah. Mac
I'm
Jones.
laughing.
Yeah.
Mac Jones attempting to tackle, that was
It's great.
hilarious. Yeah.
That Colts play was real bad, too.
The Colts play was
Yeah.
pretty terrible.
That was real bad. Does Sanchez get a lot of flack, Mark Sanchez, for the butt fumble?
He should.
Oh,
He
yeah.
should.
And rightfully so.
But I think the
all right.
Patriots play is way worse.
It is.
I mean,
the
but
Colts
that's-
play is
but
way
you
worse.
know Mark Sanchez specifically because of that. And also, he was a failed USC quarterback.
That's it.
That's
That
your
is-
Pac-12 side coming out.
Along
though.
with all the
She's
other
okay.
ones.
I remember when Sanchez came out into the draft, he'd only had, 16 starts? He had barely played for USC.
Yeah.
Because his career and Mitchell Trubisky's, I think, are very parallel.
Similar
They're
in
very
ways.
similar in ways. I felt bad for Sanchez in the moment because it was just something that happened.
Yeah.
Like, Jacoby made a conscious choice
Yeah.
Right.
to throw that ball back, trying to make a play. And Mac Jones, you can only imagine what Mac Jones was thinking, watching that ball in the air, just going, "Oh, blankety blank."
Mm-hmm.
And there's Chandler Jones, like, just stomping a mud hole in him like he was Stone Cold Steve Austin,
Hey.
running right over him.
One heck of a throw, though. It was a tight spiral.
Well,
Give him that.
and we'll go to the Chig part of the
Right.
phone call here in a moment. What a great weekend of football.
It was seriously probably the best weekend of this year. I thought it was phenomenal.
Hands
almost every
down.
game.
College games, too.
And that
Basketball.
yeah.
Yeah, it was big time.
And the environment in Buffalo for that Miami Buffalo game
Perfect. One of the games
was
of the year.
fire. Laura Oakman, who's based here, wonderful reporter on the sideline for Fox Sports, also does a lot of radio too for NFL. She was on the sideline, and I thought she was great. She had to give like weather updates because at some point it finally started to blizzard,
Yeah.
and everything changed like in an instance. And they were like wiping off the area when he had to make the kick, and you can't put towels down or anything.
No.
You have to like. So
Use
they
your
were like
hands.
pushing it off with their hand. I mean, it was
Yeah.
phenomenal. The whole scene.
It was so cool, though. Then the fact they had to, of course, because the football fans are full degenerates, had to warn them. If y'all throw another snowball on this field, y'all getting
Yeah.
15 yards.
Yeah.
That's not the first time. We've
No.
seen other games where that's been a situation. But one thing that did happen for Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel in that
Yep.
game, he finally got a shower. Just happened to be a snow shower. 615-737-1045. To Chig.
Chig,
Yes.
yes.
Does have the ability and the opportunity to become a premier tight end in this league.
Yes.
He is far and away right now with Traylon Hurts, their best receiver.
Mm-hmm.
He is
Most explosive.
Jonnu 2.0. This is what we saw in just mere glimpses
Yep.
of Jonnu Smith before he went to New England.
Yep.
You're seeing it with Chig to where you can literally do anything with this young man.
Yeah.
You can run him out of the backfield. You can put him out wide. You can on the wide splits.
Yep.
Put him there at tight end. You can do anything with this kid. This is a player for the Titans. You find a way. Now, fortunately, they don't have to worry about it for a while. But you find a way to keep this guy on your roster for that second contract.
Yeah, you do.
You find a way.
Yeah, you do. And Maryland has put out a bunch of good players too. He is one of those players, man. If you ever met many guys from the University of Maryland, they are very prideful. They're like, why don't y'all look at us? We got some ballers in this league. Stephon Diggs, okay? They got some guys that are some ball players. And if you look at Chick, his affinity for contact is huge. His level of like catch yards after catch, his yak is always good. He's always looking for that play, and he secures the ball as good as anybody. And he's fast. Yeah. That's a big athlete.
He is. And it's no surprise if you watched him, like you said, at Maryland. Like, coming out of the draft, you knew he was a really versatile player.
Yes.
You could put him in different situations.
Yep.
But it was all about how do you adapt in your rookie season, and he's done that. And when we asked him, how have you built that chemistry with Tannehill, he admitted it takes some time, right? It's happened over the season, and we've kind of seen that. The best part about it is he keeps getting better. Yeah. And so you got to keep utilizing him. Right here, can become the second rookie tight end in franchise history with at least 3 touchdown catches if he can do that on Sunday.
But this is also part of Vrabel's growth through him, too. He wasn't going to get on the field until he did what? Start blocking.
Blocked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a portion of his job. Yeah, he going to have to, this offseason, heavy bag. I feel like he's a pro's pro already. You just look at him like the kid, like he take care of his body. He understands what he's doing. You listen to him talk in his interviews. He's not surprised by anything. Chig can be that guy. Again, to John Robinson's credit, his 19 class seemed to be doing something.
Yeah.
I mean, not 19. Not 22.
That was
That was the one class that gave him what he needed.
That was the big-time class. Now, 20 and 21.
This class, though, is looking to shape up.
This could potentially be the lasting legacy for John Robinson, despite his dismissal.
Yeah.
Because I like this class.
I like this class, too.
I still would. I saw enough out of Haskins that with Dontrell Hilliard out, that Haskins is a versatile enough running back that he can be your third down back until Derrick Henry is no longer your primary running back.
Can I say this about him?
You can say whatever you want.
Yes, I'm going to say it anyway.
Your name's the first name on the show.
I don't think there'll be much of a drop-off from the transition of Derrick to Hassan Haskins.
I'm that big on Haskins.
I ain't saying that Haskins is Derrick at all. Derrick is that guy. Shafe, you acknowledge it. He's him.
Yeah, and Derrick Henry's 2 years away from being a Hall of Famer.
He's him.
He's got to get that 10,000-yard number.
I look at Haskins even just in the spurts. I saw him hit the gap as quick as he did. And okay, he's young, whatever, all those things play into it. I like him. I like him a good bit. I feel okay with him being out there. I feel okay with him getting some runs. I also say to myself, don't let him do too much because people are going to start looking like, well, we need to do more of this. He's good. I like him.
And if this offense changes a little more in the future, maybe you don't have to just have it solely focused on the back, right?
Yeah.
And he would be somebody who could grow into a really good role. I think he's going to be great. And those Big Ten guys, I'll have to say, John Robinson doesn't usually go for the Big Ten guys, but in this last class, he had a few of them, and they seem to be working out.
That's what I've always kind of known the Big Ten for. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and running backs.
Yeah.
They got a good level. Ohio State, Michigan, a few other teams have a good level of like secondary and like specialty positions. Tight ends is another one, too, out of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They're usually interior, big, bulky guys or running backs.
615-737-1045. Eric in Nashville joins us now on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on the Zone. What's up, Eric?
Hey, first of all, guys, y'all have a Merry Christmas. I don't know if I get to talk to you again soon,
thank you.
But if I just do, I'll just wish to again. And real quickly before I get to the Titans, guys, can't believe that there are people there that have never heard of The Year Without Santa Claus. 1974, it is a classic. Heat mice and snow mice where Santa Claus won the year off.
Hey,
Eric, just can't believe it.
Don't judge me.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. Okay, anyway, but as far as the Titans, I heard in the last hour, people been talking about with injuries and the strength and conditioning, guys. Could that be a part of it? It's possible, but there's so many other factors I think people got to consider that I think play a part of it too, and some that have nothing to do with it. For instance, Tannehill got his ankle rolled up on. That has nothing to do with strength and conditioning. Jeffrey Simmons had his ankle rolled up on. Traylon Burks suffered for the concussion. Dalton Hilliard had a neck injury where he was out a couple weeks ago against Jacksonville, which that was pretty scary. You've also got all the off-season changes over the years where about things like practices and hitting and all that stuff's changed. I remember when I was a kid back in the 70s, of course, you had preseason games where generally they increased from about where you played a few series, where back then in the last preseason game, players played pretty much just about all the whole game And also, you've increased games from 14 to 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you've got to throw all that stuff in there. So I don't think it's just simplistic to say it's strength and conditioning. Those are just changes stuff that happened over the years. Just want to throw that out there. Guys, y'all take care, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, Merry Christmas. Thanks, Eric. And he's right, because you've had a lot of those impact injuries that occur. Hilliard was a perfect example of that. With that said, you throw that into the equation. But now, Kayla, is the opportunity, because you look at last year and this year, there is no reason not to take a thorough look throughout the entire process.
Yeah.
You have to. You can't not do that. And I personally am not blaming it all on the strength and conditioning
It's irresponsible to
staff.
do that.
I would never do that. However, you do have to reevaluate things and probably take an even deeper look into it this offseason, just because you're already taking care of business, getting, the GM out the door, and you're going to change things. So you have to do something like this. If injuries continue to be this much of an issue with this team in particular, you can't shy away from that at all.
No,
You've got to
absolutely.
take a look.
And again, I think it's a wide range of things. They just got to get it figured out real quick, though. Maybe look at somebody else and what they do. Heck, Houston ain't got many people on IR. I think they got 5 only a year, and theirs have been because of acute injuries.
There is a luck aspect of this. There's no question about it. But again, when you are missing that many people and you have to have that many street free agents come into this team and play valuable roles. And Ramon, you know what it's like when you get to week 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
You got guys on that team you've only known for 6 weeks that might have to go in there when somebody goes down and play a rather significant role. And we'll get to some of those players for the Titans coming up here in just a little bit on the show. But when your number's called, you got to be ready. But you can't have to depend on that many guys.
No.
Yeah.
It's not healthy, man, because it's too many moving parts. Like I said, we give flack a little bit to Aaron Brewer, and I think it's fair because play is playing. But looking at his play, I think it was expected for him to play besides Taylor and Ben, 2 guys that can support him.
Agreed.
That's
fair.
a portion of it too, right? To put him as the lead dog in that situation with Dennis Daly beside him, that's a recipe for disaster in a lot of different ways. So it ain't no excuse. Again, I always point that back to, hey, what are y'all doing upstairs to scout guys that are capable of doing the job too? That's a portion of it. That to me is a big F to John Robinson, and be like, that just ain't good enough.
Is that what changes too with a new GM coming in? I'm assuming scouting in different departments is going to have to change too.
You may have
right?
some people that stay,
right?
But it's whatever that philosophy is going to be of a new general manager.
I'll say this again, and it's going to be a bigger conversation. This organization has to find itself a template.
Yeah.
Not a cookie cutter of but there
Right.
is a design. There's an attitude aspect of it, a player type, a physicality aspect, a smartness. There has to be a what do you want to call it? A mock-up of what a Titan is moving forward with this guy. It ain't just let me grab this guy, grab that guy. I brought this up about a week or so ago. I said the Steelers organization changed. It absolutely changed itself when they got Joe Green. They were trash before that. And they were trash, I think, his rookie year. But from that moment moving forward, he changed everybody else around him. If that's Jeff, let it be the case. I'll even go even further. I'll even go closer to this. Let's go to the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens got Ray. And then they said, we need D tackles, Goose. And then they got outside linebackers. Anybody that you get from Baltimore, for the most part, you say, man, that guy a dog. Why? Because they draft a certain type of player. They were cocky with us in Pittsburgh in the sense of saying, look, if you're on our practice squad, that means there are 31 other teams looking at you because they know we do things a certain way here. So it's best for you to perform on special teams or perform in practice squad because people are going to look at you first because they know there's a certain type. Is that cocky? Somewhat. But there's also a style and a reputation that kind of carries behind that too.
This Titans team does have a reputation of being tough.
I'm not saying they don't.
Right.
I'm saying like moving forward and other guys you bring it in with you. Like there has to be. You can't miss a Zach Cunningham.
No,
You look at this situation, you say, man, there's a lot of teams. His own team didn't want him. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's those situations right there. You say, dog, what are you? Are you in? Are you out with us? Like, I love the mentality of Aaron Brewer. But, like, okay, go get me a better version if
It's
that's what
gotta
you got to
be
do.
the
A
mental-
Dennis Daly? Is that a Titans dude?
It's got to be the physical part, right?
Yeah.
And it's got to be the cultural, like you fit in.
Yes, 100%.
And we'll find out in the offseason what that cultural aspect and what a possible new identity will be for the Tennessee Titans. You can join the conversation on Twitter as well, at Ramon, Kayla, Will. With 3 regular season games remaining, the Titans will finish 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3. Over 400 votes are in. 2 hours left on that poll. And the leader so far, perhaps not what you would want to hear as a Titans fan. We will reveal that. Take more of your phone calls next on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone.
Change is coming and you need to be prepared. Hey, this is Ramon Falston. Did you know that new regulations are coming soon that could increase the price of replacing your older HVAC system by over 20%? That's why you need to act now and get that older system replaced by my friends at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They offer 18 months with no payments, meaning you can lock in today's price and not have to pay until spring of 2024, or you can get up to $1,500 off your new HVAC system now. And Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is always backed by 10-year parts and labor warranties on York products. And Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is also a York certified comfort expert company. And if you need repair work, they offer free service calls with the repairs, plus low monthly payments on those repairs. They are the heating and cooling company that can take care of all your HVAC needs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, available anytime at springhillac.com.
It's 104.5 The Zone's 12 Days of Christmas, where each day through the 25th, we will be giving you a chance to win great prizes on our Facebook page. Like or follow us at facebook.com/1045 The Zone. Prizes range from concert tickets to autographed items to team apparel and more. Maybe even a Marlboro duffel bag will be in there. That's
Oh, boy.
If you're
Say
just
word.
joining us, that doesn't make sense. So don't miss out on the holiday fun. Head to our Facebook page now for more info on this contest. Visit 1045thezone.com/contest. Jonathon Shaffer in for Will Loafing Boling, Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Robert Walsh, the best substitute teacher in the world, all helping out with the show today. You can vote on the poll on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, Will, with 3 regular season games remaining. The Titans will finish 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3. Very simple. Almost 500 votes in now with 2 hours remaining. The leader at 48%. Titans going 1-2
Oof.
to finish the regular season.
Probably a lot guessing they will beat Houston, but not the last 2.
Man.
I would say that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Second place on that, 2-1, 28.4%. This one's actually higher than I would have expected. 0-3 at 19%.
Yeah, right.
Yikes.
Jeez.
3-0, 4.6%. And look, this is something we will talk about today and throughout the entire week. Oh, you don't want to use the A word, and not that A word, or not Aaron. You don't want to use the A word, apathy.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want
That is kryptonite when it comes to your professional sports team. You don't want to talk about that at all, but it's something we will examine throughout the week as we get you through this week prior to the Christmas holiday and the great freeze out that's expected to start Thursday night into Friday. And the Titans hosting the Texans on Saturday. Andrew is in Portland joining us now on Ramon, Kayla, and Will. Morning, Andrew. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, there you are. I thought I didn't know that I was on. Hey, good morning. So, look, I've heard a lot over the past couple of weeks of we got to blow up the team in the off season, and I just want to kind of pump everybody's brakes and keep the powder dry, like Coach Mack says. And I'm going to tell you why. I just want y'all to picture. Obviously, the injuries are a problem again, but just picture this team for next year. I'm not trying to skip over this year because obviously we still have a shot at the South and the playoffs and all that. But if you look at it, you got Derrick Henry, you got Ryan Tannehill with his healthy ankles, okay? Then you've got Traylon Burks. You've got Robert Woods in the number 2 position, which when he's in that number 2 slot, he is actually performing well this season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would like to see them draft a wide receiver in the top 3 rounds, okay, to push Woods either up to a better number 2 or down to a 3 and have that rookie in at the number 2 spot, okay? So you solidify your wide receiver group because I love NWI, but he ain't it. Then you look at the defensive side of the ball. Bud Dupree, another year removed from that ACL injury, which we all know after that, when you get into that second year, the performance goes up as long as you're a good player. Then you got Danico Autry, dog. Jeff Simmons, dog, because he's going to be here. Harold Landry back. Obviously, he's going to be recovering still from that ACL, but even him on the field makes a big difference, right? Then you look at the linebackers. David Long Jr. healthy. I'd like to see a few more linebackers added, but then you look at the corners. Fulton, McCreary, Byard, Hooker. Look, this team is going to be fine. We have to retool the offensive line, but I really think next season we are going to have, if we can get everybody healthy, a really solid team. So that's what I got, everybody. Just keep your dadgum powder dry. And Robert Walsh, keep pissing off Buck. See ya.
I would go.
Bert, you know the mission.
Yeah.
Can you fulfill that mission?
I will do my best.
All right. The other thing you have to do before we go into the top of the hour here is the cap situation. And there's going to be some cuts that are going to be made. Some of them are going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You can free up $30 to $40 million like that.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of what does the new GM want to do.
Yeah.
Taylor Lewan can go. Robert Woods can go. Zach Cunningham can go to where you don't have much of a cap hit. I hate saying this because he's been a great player up to this point, but he's been dealing with injuries this year. You're at a point to where if you want to move on from Danico Autry, you can do that too. I agree with what Andrew's saying is that you still have a lot of pieces there. You do. And you're never going to hear the R word. We talked about the A word earlier. You're not going to hear the R word in terms of rebuilding. You're not going to hear a franchise say that.
No.
They're not going to do that because for them, that's box office poison. They don't want to say that at all. It's reloading or retooling or whatever euphemism you want to use.
Yeah.
Got to get the cap figured out. Got to get depth. And for the love of God, got to get that offensive line figured out. Hour 3 next. Ramon, Kayla, and Will, 104.5 The Zone.
8:01. Good morning from the Superbook.com sports desk. I'm Robert Walsh. The Green Bay Packers handled the LA Rams 24-12 last night. Baker's dozen completions weren't enough to top Rodgers and the Packers' pair of runners. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon combined for 197 total yards and 3 touchdowns. The Packers moved to 6-8 and are one game out of second place in the NFC North. Bowl season is well underway. Yesterday we saw Marshall topple UConn 28-14 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. The Thundering Herd ran for 210 yards on its way to the airbrush T-shirt that is the Myrtle Beach Bowl trophy. Today in bowl action, first at 2:30, Eastern Michigan takes on the San Jose Spartans in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And from Spuds to Spudnik, the Toledo Rockets take on the Liberty Flames at 6:30 in the RoofClaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Hour number 3, 8:03 in America's Music City. This is Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone with 11-year NFL veteran and VFL. He is Ramon Foster. Putting the big J in journalism, bold, italicized, and
that.
underlined.
Yes.
Kayla Anderson. I'm Jonathon Shaffer in for Will Boling. You know me as the best producer in the world. Filling in for the loafing Boling right now. The best substitute teacher in the world. His name is Robert Walsh. We call him Bert. He's in studio with us as well. We have to put him on the other side of the glass, otherwise things would be smoky around here. We are powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. When trust matters, count on All Four Seasons Garage Doors in Nashville. Professional garage door installation and repair from a locally owned and family-run business. Visit allfourseasonsgarages.com/Nashville. All guests are courtesy of the Mark Spain Real Estate Hotline. We are live and in living color on Zone TV. You can get to us through YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and follow us on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, and Will. As I mentioned before, you can also vote on the poll for today, our morning show poll, with 3 regular season games remaining for your Tennessee Titans. The Titans will finish 3-0 or 2-1 or 1-2 or 0-3 in the lead right now with, again, almost 500 votes in. 1-2 at 48.6%. So that is not going to get tracked down. Much like Derrick Henry in the open field, that is not getting tracked down. So as Kayla, as you said in the previous hour, that's looking like a Texans dub and a Cowboys L and a Jags L.
If the Jags come back to win this division,
Unbelievable.
How disappointing are the Titans fans going to be, or are you already just dismissing the fact that a division title doesn't matter anymore? Because that still is an extremely disappointing situation if that happens.
Well, and this is where I do want to get the input from Titans fans at 615-737-1045. You can also chime in on the chat at YouTube. You can also chime in on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, Will. How much is the current state of affairs, the emotional state of Titans fans, due to the disappointment of the 4-game losing streak, which has triggered in full effect battered Titan syndrome? How much of that is mixed in with, we've seen the Jacksonville Jaguars for the past handful of weeks win in overtime against the Ravens, in overtime against the Cowboys on a walk-off pick 6, and defeat the Titans based on all those turnovers the Titans had in that game, and seeing Trevor Lawrence, Kayla, and knowing, he looks like he's the next guy. Yeah. What's that mix of battered Titan syndrome and that fear that Jacksonville can be that next big rival in the AFC South, in which they have not been for a very long time?
And like Ramon mentioned earlier in the season, he had picked the Jags to be a for real team. Now, I don't know if I'm ready to put them at for real quite yet.
Yeah.
But I think they have shown growth, and they have been in the good direction of going upwards and beyond. And while the Titans are continuing to deal with injuries and are on a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for the future of the Jags, it looks really good right now because they look to continue to utilize what they have in Trevor Lawrence and build him as the guy.
Mm-hmm. And they got weapons on offense.
And they have weapons on offense, and their defense isn't anything bad.
Yeah.
No.
They're not great.
Right?
They
Yeah.
definitely got to get better. That's their weak spot right now.
But it's just crazy to see like the difference in what happened this season specifically, where the Jags have gone up and the Titans have gone down.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that.
No. And I say you want that division title. I know it's one of those, hey, we've done that before conversations,
But
right?
you as a player, right?
Yeah, the players want it because I think, like you said, just internally you think to yourself, like, okay, they may be actually good. Is what you kind of tell yourself about the Jags. And you heard everything everybody's ever said about Trevor Lawrence. And ETN can be a problem. And they got a young defensive line. They've had defensive lines.
Now they're missing
while.
a big guy now, and that Cam
Yeah,
Robinson's
and-
out for the remainder of the season.
That's a good point.
That could be an issue for them, especially at left tackle, man. But you look at this situation, you say, I'd rather get him now because I don't know what later's going to look like. And I think that's why you say, yeah, go get the division, just because you may have that mental block against a team like this. Well, we can beat them at their place, but we can't beat them at ours. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that type of situation. You go get this one. In every sense of it, you go get this one as much as you possibly can. I got 2-1. I got them. Only loss I would have them losing to is the Cowboys.
But do you think the Cowboys are going to be playing everybody at that point?
Well, they're not winning their division
Right.
clearly. So now you're going to be having a seeding situation.
That's true.
Now, you look at the NFC, and we'll talk more about this coming up in the next segment with Ramon's top 7, bottom 3.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 4 teams in the NFC. That's all you've got. And I struggle, even with the Vikings record, I struggle putting the Vikings there because they have won 10 games by 1 score this year. That ties the NFL record. That's insane.
Fragile.
Now, very much so. Now, watching them come back 33-0 to defeat the Colts over the weekend was fantastic at several
It's
levels.
also the Colts collapsing.
Let's not lie about that. Let's not fool ourselves. That was awesome. So the thing with the Vikings is that, okay, are they for real or are they fraud because of those 10 wins? You can cut that any way that you want.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Cowboys, which is, I believe, 10-4 now, the Cowboys, I guess you're looking at wild card seeding. But, even when you get to that point, could they be sitting some people? Maybe. They could be. I'm so curious to see this Jags-Jets game on Thursday. I really am, especially with the Jets still having a chance to qualify for the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess Zach Wilson's going to be the quarterback.
That's what it looks like right now.
I mean, Stacey's mom's going to be in there.
Yeah, she
And
is.
Robert Salah has basically said, oh, you kids in your Insta coffee world, and we'll get to that here in just a moment with the Jets head coach talking about Zach Wilson. I am fascinated by this game Thursday. And I'm curious if that has any effect on what the Titans are going to be able to do, or what they will do, I should say, Saturday in frigid temperatures, taking on the Texans. Because one thing we know, and Mike Vrabel made it very clear yesterday, as long as Ryan Tannehill's 2 feet are attached to his body, he's playing Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah.
He is.
Now,
Yeah.
Will made the argument yesterday, and I think there's some validity to it, that you go, Ryan's sitting until he's healthy. And if that's and if you have to hold him out to the Jacksonville game, you hold him out to the Jacksonville game. You're creating then the nightmare scenario possibly, to where you're going in on a losing streak. That time potentially could be 6 games to take on the Jags for the division at the end of the year. I have much more confidence. And look, I like Malik Willis as much as anybody else does. He ain't ready, folks. It's not time.
Not for how important these games are, too.
That's right. And for the fans out there that are saying, screw it, throw the season away, we don't care
That's
about
not
the
how
division.
the team's
You don't
thinking.
want that.
You're still suiting up on Sunday and getting a paycheck.
That's not how the team's thinking.
You just want a chance to get into the tournament, and then when you're in the tournament, the Titans were playing better a couple of years ago when they were able to get those 2 wins and get into the AFC Championship game. I wasn't really that surprised when they beat the Patriots or the Ravens, and really the win over the Ravens didn't shock me at all. Am I saying this team is that team? No, I'm not saying that. But you want to get into the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And for those saying, well, lose these other games, it helps out with your draft positioning. Not really.
Not really.
Not really.
Not where they're at
No,
right now.
it doesn't make that much of
Yeah.
a difference. That's silly. Don't say that.
The Texans have lost 9 straight. This is where I, as a player, would get nervous in these situations, especially how they, as of late, they've been very competitive. Real close that the Cowboys could have and should have beat them. Cleveland, I think they tangoed a little bit till Cleveland took off. And last week they went overtime with Kansas City, and Kansas City was playing
for toe with Kansas City.
By the way, that was filled with KC fans. It was nuts.
Yes, it was. But they were playing though. Okay, like Kansas City was really actually trying to beat them and had to fight and claw to come back. 9 straight losses. I'm thinking to myself, trap. Don't fall into it. Fight against it. Fight every single bit of the mindset that he's just gonna lay down. Because there's nothing more than they want to other than spoil a divisional rival's season. You know what I'm saying? Make it harder for you to continue.
And this is what you want for the Titans if Ryan Tannehill's your starting quarterback on Saturday or not. And look, you got a lot of guys limping around. That injury list is going to be ugly.
Yeah.
Going into Saturday's game. Because the most recent game against Houston, Derrick Henry, 32 carries, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. But Houston got him last year in one of those.
But it's that simple.
Yeah.
If you're the Titans and you're playing in 10-degree weather,
you run the ball.
That's your game.
Yeah.
He's been so close this year, you guys, to breaking out. And every time, like in that game, I think he had 2 instances where
there was
he
one
almost
or two
broke
times
out for that. And I feel like it's got to come on Saturday, right? It's got to give every Titans fan their Christmas present and go the distance. I feel like it's about there. Like it hasn't happened yet in December, which is his best month of football.
It hasn't.
But you wonder if it can end on a good note. With a team also in Houston that's missing their key running back and Damian Pierce.
Yeah.
One of their top cornerbacks, their rookies, and Derek Stingley. So.
Jay in the zone chat, start Malik. Again, if we make it to the playoffs, we're not doing anything in it. Y'all.
But that's not what.
I understand why you feel that way. It's also insane.
Yeah.
Up next, Ramon Foster's top 7, bottom 3. Ramon, Kayla, and Will, 104.5, The Zone.
It's Ramon Foster for Craftsman on the Hill. It's one of the best bars around, located in Hermitage. As a matter of fact, 3424 Lebanon Pike in Hermitage, Tennessee. It's got one of the best menus around to take bar food to an all-new level, featuring their delicious smoked wings. Bar food also includes burgers, quesadillas, chicken sandwiches, tenders, several homemade sauces. Everything you can think of is there. Now, by the way, you've heard us speak about this weather. It's about to get cold, okay? And if you need something warm to keep your insides warm, they have smoked brisket chili served every single day. It's phenomenal. I've tried it myself. Every single night they have something for you, whether it be poker tournaments, dart league night, trivia, anything you can think of, they have it there. It's the perfect place to support your college team on Saturday and two-tone blue on Sunday. Plenty of TVs to watch your favorite sports and sports team. Is locally owned, yes, which is hard to find these days here in the Nashville area. Locally owned and operated with new management. They have everything you can think of, from your favorite beer, spirit, and plenty of nightly drink and food specials. Monday through Sunday, Craftsman on the Hill, located 3424 Lebanon Pike in Hermitage. Okay.
8:23. Good morning on this Tuesday. It is Tuesday, and we're trying to act like it. But how do you act on a Tuesday? I mean, when we say it's Friday, so act like it, I know what that means. Tuesday, what does that mean?
Well, usually on a regular week, a Tuesday's like meh. Like you kind of act like meh. Now it's a holiday week.
Yeah.
So a holiday Tuesday, you're counting down.
I do wonder how many people are working or have started their vacation.
Yeah.
A lot of
already,
people have
or-
started
Yeah.
the vacations.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm boogieing out on Thursday, so I think by the time we get closer to the game, for sure. But I wonder how many people are already out.
I enjoy Holiday
lot.
Tuesday. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like you're
I
really
do.
putting some deep thought into this.
I am because I'm ramping up for Christmas. I really am. I'm like, okay, all right. I
Yeah.
started watching Christmas movies around the house. Like,
Yeah.
I'm there.
How many Christmas trees in the house this year?
Hey, man, we ain't have to go.
Whoa,
through and
Moan.
do all
So you do it
this.
like
That's
that.
a simple question.
That's a simple question.
Hey, Vraves,
do it like
answer the
that.
question.
I may count dining
He's
room,
counting.
kitchen.
What?
living
Over under
room.
4.5.
Kitchen?
Over under 4.5.
The kitchen is 11-footer in there,
Okay,
man.
I-
it's pretty cool.
So we're at 3.
That's 3. The boys got 1 in their room each. That's 5.
Each.
That's 5. I put the over under at 4.5.
Yeah, we got 5.
That is
5.
incredible.
And Keisha wanted another one, and it was just, we have an extra one that we
Put it
didn't
in
put
your
up.
room.
We have an
We
extra
thought about
tree.
putting it in our room. I was just like, come on, Keish, what are we doing?
You have it too deep on Christmas trees at your house.
Yeah, we are too deep on Christmas trees at the house.
That is incredible.
We got 5 up right now.
Are they all the green?
They're
Or-
all green and flocked.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, flocked.
People
How
like
many?
their Christmas trees different.
4 of them are flocked, and man, Keisha made her own little special Christmas tree.
Yeah.
It's like rose gold emblems and stuff.
I love the
She'd
rose
be like,
gold.
man, if we were just, I'm like, yo, you really about to decorate your own tree? She's like, yeah,
If
yes,
you've got
I am.
5 of them, heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to sign a
Are you
tree off
kidding
your
me?
practice squad, dude.
Why don't
even
we
have a tree
auction
up.
one off every year and have people decorate it?
I like that.
Y'all can,
Right?
Those trees.
Put it towards a good cause?
Hey,
Yeah.
we got a few on sale. Those trees can get expensive.
Cronky
too,
on the
man.
chat
You
says
think?
that's Sumner County money. That's what that
It's
is.
simple Sumner money. We catch them on sales, baby. Hobby Lobby, baby. Go treat yourself.
Is that really where you got your trees?
Henderson.
Yeah, that's where we got one of them from. We got one online. It's like, what is it, King of Christmas or something like that? It was. That's where the 11-footer came from. I was like, what
So
the
who
hell?
decorates them all?
Oh, the wife does.
Well, we
She
have
does
to,
them all.
Yeah, she's
Wow.
into it like
well, we have
that.
to get Jeff Schwartz on next week because remember, like his wife is from Seinfeld, the soup
Oh,
Nazi when it
boy.
comes to the Christmas tree.
Really?
Like when she decides it's over, that thing is going to the curb.
It's done.
like that night.
No. That morning.
That morning, it's a
That
wrap.
morning it's happened. Like that tree is gone by like
Ooh,
10 or
she's
11
not
in the
messing
morning.
around.
Really?
Like she's done. Like Kayla, we know that you carry a blade.
Yeah.
She carries a saw.
Oh, she drag
That
it out
thing-
by
Oh,
herself.
dang.
She'll drag it out by herself.
She's
got
like,
this,
I'm done with this.
She's got this big ex-football player husband.
Yeah.
She'll take it out to the curb herself.
I'm
No
with
problem.
that.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
But see, the reason the wife's like that too a little bit is because like I'm a sucker for Christmas.
Yeah.
I am like
I
I'm
can
all
tell.
into it, and it's probably because like my birthday's so close to Christmas, so I really
Yeah.
got to go in on Christmas because
when's
I
your
ain't getting
birthday?
nothing on my birthday. January 7th.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's a November baby too, like Thanksgiving baby. So
Yeah.
like we're around
You
the
got the
same
holidays.
range. Yeah, we got holidays that's mixed in between ours. So I'm a sucker for Christmas though.
Yeah.
I'm terrible.
Coming
Why
up in
not?
moments,
Nothing wrong with
Ramon's top 7, bottom 3 in the NFL. As we go to Ryan in Lebanon here on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. Good morning and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, man, I want to back up my man Ryan Tannehill here. People are saying, start Willis, this, that, the other. Why? Ryan Tannehill has given up his body for the franchise, for the team. And he deserves to be out there, guys. I feel like he gives us the best chance to win. Tighten up, and y'all have a Merry Christmas.
All right, thank you,
You
Ryan.
too.
On a personal level, do I think Ryan Tannehill should be playing Saturday? No.
Just because of
For
the
reasons.
injuries.
Yes, because of the injuries. Because he's that banged
Right.
up.
Yeah.
Should Ryan Tannehill play Saturday because he gives the Titans the best chance to win? Yes. And that's why he's going to be.
Yeah.
Raw statistics with Malik Willis. And again, someone who I like and I'm high on, and I hope it works out. But we all knew it was going to be a long-term project when they drafted him.
Yep.
Yeah.
His numbers this season: 17 of 38, 177 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception, 20 carries, 80 yards.
How many fumbles? Do we have that?
2.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the guy right now.
Right now.
I want to put that caveat on there. Right now. I like the guy. He is getting better.
Mm-hmm.
And even though some fans may want to say, throw the baby out with the bathwater on the season and everything else, tell that to those guys in that locker room fighting for a division title, fighting for a chance at the playoffs, and quite honestly, as Ramon mentioned during the break, and we'll bring it in right now, another check.
Yeah. And real quick, what I will say, and I know we didn't want to see injuries happen, and especially to Ryan Tannehill this year, but it's almost a good thing that he was able to get real game experience this year, because we already were able to see growth in him.
100%.
That's a positive, as much as that seems crazy to say.
We've seen
right?
significant growth from when he started in the preseason to now. We've seen it. It's tangible. You can look at the film and see it. He's not giving you your best chance to win on Saturday. Or the week after that Thursday against Dallas, or the week after that against Jacksonville. He's just not.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't agree with me, that's fine. I don't think he gives you the best chance at victory.
Just throw this out there, too. There's an incentive for making the playoffs as far as the fellas go, the team go, the players, right? Wild card round, division winners playing in the wild card round, they get 42-5 before taxes. Non-divisional winners playing wild cards with a first-round bye, 37-5. So even if you get a bye, you get a check. Now, that didn't used to be the case. Wow. Divisional playoff game, 42-5 before taxes. Conference championship, geez, it's up. $65,000 for that.
Sound a little jealous.
I mean, that's crazy. The winning team for the Super Bowl, $150,000. Wow. Losing team, $75,000. Yeah. There's incentives for this.
There's always incentives to play.
Yeah, and this is also not salary. This is paid from TV money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there's benefits to making the playoffs, man.
Ramon Foster's top 7, bottom 3
Ooh,
are
here we
weekly
go.
NFL rankings with 3 regular season games remaining here on this 2022-23 campaign.
Starting with the bottom 3, and they are at the bottom of their division currently and lost last night. Man, your Baker Mayfield led LA Rams.
Yeah.
4-10 on the season, man. They've lost how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the last 8. Picked up Baker off waivers. He went in and created some magic last weekend against Vegas with a drive. Beautiful drive. It's funny how they always try to doctor up stuff, too, on ESPN. Hey, look at Baker. Tell us about all this. And then he go lose last night. But they are 30th on my list, man. They sold it all to get whatever they wanted last year, which was what was the ring. And here they are now scrambling, trying to figure out what's next. They do got a lot of good bones on that team. Jalen Ramsey is that dude. Made a lot of good plays last night. They're without Aaron Donald right now, but they got some players on that team that are pretty solid. Tutu Atwell, by the way, would have been a good addition here had you been able to grab him and keep him on the roster and whatnot. But he made a couple plays for them last night, too. 31 on that list. Justin Field and the Temptations. It's basically what that team is. Yeah. Justin Field continues to be a human highlight reel when it comes down to his playmaking ability, man. Their defense is 30th of 32 in this league. That says a lot about what they are as a squad, man. They lost to Philly 2025, tightly played, but they've won. They've lost a string of 7 games in a row, too. They're just bad. The bad are bad, and the good are getting a whole lot better as the season continues on. And this week, 32 in the league again. Houston Texans, 112-1. And yes, I still call this a trap game in a sense because they're still playing well.
They're feisty.
They're feisty. And when you are a low confidence team right now, as far as the Titans go, I don't want to say low confidence, but they're lacking understanding of why they're losing.
Well,
that's natural at this point.
It's low morale.
With 4 straight losses.
That's safe to say.
But you're a better team.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is why I consider it somewhat a trap game. It's because you can't figure out why you're losing, and this team right here continues to lose, but is that close to winning. That's why I look at this the way it is. I'm not taking Houston lightly this weekend, but I think the Titans should win. Top 7. Here we go. I did leave a team out.
Ooh.
And I think it's because I'm not too sure about what they are. Maybe they can be flipped with number 7 because they are division leaders, but I'm not sure about them.
So that team you're leaving out is
Minnesota.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. And I'm not mad at you.
They're leading the NFC North. And you got Aaron Rodgers right now talking about he think they still got a shot. And truthfully, they might in a sense. You know, maybe.
I think the Lions are the team that's on fire
They
right now.
are on fire. But my number 7 team, the Chargers, they fought and clawed to try to get where they are. They got a quarterback. They got a special talent. They finally got healthy, which is what the Titans are looking for.
And that's a game they often lose.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It often gets stayed, and they lose it.
And they didn't get stayed, man. I'm looking at the squad and say they're getting hot. They have a playoff position right now.
They'll get Joey back, maybe.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's NFL season's just so emotional.
It's so nuts.
It's emotional as hell. Like this team was nothing, and now here they are fighting back. So they're number 7 on my list. 6 took a walk-off L last weekend. Cowboys. Not a bad team. Bad loss last weekend.
Well, that was bad luck on that play.
It was.
I mean, it's just,
but they can get dragged because they were up like by 17 points.
No question.
They were up by like.
Shouldn't have got to that point.
Shouldn't have got to that point. And all you was thinking to yourself, oh, this could be bad for us. That's what happened when you let lesser teams stay close. They find ways to get dubs like that. How did ball roll out of his arm like that? Being Johnny on the spot. But I got the Cowboys at number 6 on my list, still holding the playoff position. The entire NFC East.
Yeah.
Is holding the playoff position right now.
Impressive.
Obviously, because with the 7 playoff teams now, first time in NFL history, you could have that where an entire division gets in.
Yeah, crazy. Washington?
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
Not me.
There we go. Number 5 on my list. Another one of those West Coast teams getting hot. San Francisco. They look good.
Let's see if Purdy can last, right, in terms of being that guy for them. And it doesn't have to do too much.
No, but he's doing good.
Taking care of the ball. He's doing everything right.
And that's what's so crazy about it. And of course, you look at it and say Jimmy G and Trey and all those types of things.
That defense.
Yeah.
It's
like
that helps.
defense in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have so many weapons.
Agreed.
On offense.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering what's going to happen when tape does get out on Purdy.
Sure.
Because by the time you get to the playoffs, that'll be 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Tape will be out.
It will. And it's good on good then.
Does Jimmy G have, I can't remember, does he have an option to come back? Like, will he be able to come back? Because it was going to be less than what they thought.
Good question.
In terms of his injury.
Yeah.
They thought it was at first season ending, but I don't think it is. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's even
I think
an option.
he can return.
Yeah.
Okay. They are 7 wins in a row, by the way, San Francisco. They beat Seattle, which is a good team. Tampa smacked them with Purdy, okay? Miami, they smacked them also. Saints was a bad team. Cardinals a bad team. Chargers was bad at the time. And then the Rams again. They beat who they needed to beat, and they beat them well, too. So San Fran's climbing up, man. The old faithful. 4 on this list, and 4 through 2 could go either way with how these teams are streaking. 2 and 3 can be real iffy, okay? 4 on my list, Cincy.
Yeah.
Cincy was down.
It's so hard for him to say this, too.
It ain't even hard for me to say it. It's just like...
yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's hard for me to say it. Cincy's good, though.
I know.
We talked about it on air. We were speaking about, like, guys that they got. They got a quarterback who's young. They got 3 homegrown wide receivers that are just studs. They got a stud running back and a stud backup running back at that, okay? They got an OL that finally got together, too. Remember, we were trashing them early in the season when my Steelers beat them at home, and they gave up like 7 sacks on the season. They finally got it together. Defensively, getting DJ Reader back, huge for them. They're making plays in the secondary. This Cincy team is good. This top 4 is elite of elite. I got to give it to them. And I would even throw San Francisco in there. Heck, I'd even throw the Cowboys fluky play. 6 through 1 are those guys. Okay? 3, and this is where it gets dicey. 3 and 2. Buffalo 3 for me. Kansas City 2.
Okay.
Kansas City, I can't deny them. Buffalo, I can't deny them either.
It's a week-to-week basis with those teams.
It really is. It really is. Both have been in a position where they play tight games and close them out, and their playmakers have made plays for them. Only thing that worries me a little bit is Kansas City's run game somewhat. I'm looking at Buffalo's run game, and Cook's young brother is finding his way. Saffold is making holes for running backs. Like, you're seeing that entire line come together.
Quisenberry's also on that line.
Quisenberry's on that line. I'm like,
darkness, my old friend.
Can you?
Hey, boys.
Come on. I don't want to do this to this Titans fan base, but boy, I don't know if it's a system. I don't know if it's new location. I don't know what. Well, they got a lot of playmakers around them too.
We knew Questenberry could run block.
Yes.
His pass blocking was very iffy.
Right.
Well, it's not really showing his head as of late.
But it also happens when you have a running back at quarterback too.
That's true too. That scenery this past weekend. If you weren't watching that game, go back and just look at it.
Oh, I enjoyed watching the videos of Bill's Mafia jumping off of the of the snowdrifts 10 feet in the air.
Crazy.
And I'm like, boy, if you thought that table hurt before.
I almost don't want to see a new stadium, and I appreciate the fact that they said they're not getting a dome.
Yeah.
They don't need it. They need the snow in Buffalo.
They love it.
That gives us pure football. Number one is is the Eagles.
Philly.
And guess what time it is, baby?
What time is it?
Minshew Mania time this weekend.
It is. It's big time Minshew Mania. By the way, that right there is something to where running quarterbacks have to take care of themselves a whole lot more.
Yeah.
I know Hurts squats 500 pounds, but boy, screw them legs if you can't throw the ball. That's just where I'm at with it. It's something that I'm hoping doesn't knock him to where it's just a minor thing, but the fact that we're even speaking about it. By the way, Schefter did it again yesterday. I don't know if he realized he did it, but he looked like he did it to me. If you go to his Instagram, he has this blurred, pixelated picture of Jalen Hurts up. But on like the NFL.com one, it's like a very clear one.
What do you mean?
And I'm thinking he was just like, got news, let me find a picture, put it up.
Oh.
He didn't find a nice resolution picture to put up on social media. It's one of those he's quick to get in the race type of situations, which he has to be because he's that guy breaking news. But that picture of him looks like 1992. Cheeks. It was cheeks. And I'm complaining about small item things. He broke the news, but if you look at the picture, it's like, Shefty.
What are you doing, man?
You ain't got to be first one in the party every weekend.
No, actually, he does. That's the job. That's his gig. So that is Ramon Foster's top 7, bottom 3 weekly NFL rankings. Up next, a game we're going to play here on Ramon, Kayla, Will. It's called Ramon, Kayla, and Will. It's called Bert's Bowl Game.
Yeah.
Find out next on 104.5 The Zone.
Spring Hill Heating and Cooling wishes you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I want to remind you that Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is always here for you. So if you have an issue with your heating or think there is a problem, call them now. Don't wait until Christmas Eve or wake up on Christmas morning with no heat and all of a sudden you have an emergency. Call them and they can help you prevent that problem. The number is 931-381-2255. And let Spring Hill Heating and Cooling take a look and fix any problem you may have. They want you to enjoy your time with your family and friends and not worry about the heat working or not working this weekend. Don't wait until there is an emergency. Call Spring Hill Heating and Cooling at 931-381-2255.
8:48 as we're rounding out hour 3 of Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone on a Tuesday before Christmas. So we're acting like it with Christmas music. Still going to get some Mariah Carey before we're done today, Bert. Let's not forget that.
Hey, man, we got a long Christmas week. I'm trying not to burn through all the favorites too quick. You know what I mean? If I hopped in here with Mariah Carey and a White Christmas.
The Temptations Christmas.
It would be, or Jackson 5. What's the Jackson 5 song everybody likes at Christmas?
Well, we can't get any Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer.
That'll be in there, too.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
That's what it is.
Claus. I'll get a little Grandma. I'll get a little Andy Williams in here. I can mix up the Christmas music.
If Shape keeps mentioning the Mariah Carey and we don't hear the Temptations, I riot and I quit.
Bert, do you really want Ramon coming after you? Do you want that?
I'm doing both.
I do not. I
riot, then I quit. If we don't get the Temptations one.
Yeah, if you're rioting, you might get fired. So
no, I got to
quit.
Have to quit.
Yeah, you got to quit.
So you're going to quit then, Ryan?
Yeah.
Well, if you quit, I think
just like he quit being a DA.
Yeah. Hey, Kayla, it's the holiday spirit, okay? We're being nice.
Kayla, for those just joining us, what is a DA?
Downing advocate.
Yeah.
That
was a long morning that day.
It was, man.
Morning.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
He took my thunder
Seems like
that day,
years
man.
ago.
Yeah. Oh, that Green Bay game, the last time they won.
That's the last time they won.
That's the last time they won.
I
Can
just
you
need
believe
to-
that?
God.
I didn't even realize that till now.
Y'all want to hear something even worse when you put it in perspective?
Oof.
Okay, y'all want to hear it? A month.
Yeah.
A month.
That M word.
A month of losing.
Bert, can you cue up the Price is Right horn for that? Because, it's been a month of losing. That's the wrong one, Bert!
horn.
The wrong one!
That's why he's a substitute. He didn't get the whole pamphlet. You didn't give him the whole pamphlet, Shafe.
No, it's there on the board.
There are so many buttons on
That's
this board.
right. Yeah, that's actually true, to be fair to Bert.
A month.
615. God, shut up. 615.
Was that on Price is Right? That'd be
No,
awesome
it's
if
not.
that was on Price is Right.
Well, I mean, Bob Barker was on there.
Yeah, 615-737. Isn't he like 98?
Yeah, the guy is still in a tanning
just
bed.
had a
He's still
birthday.
alive. Like he's
unbelievable.
He's going.
Still
He's
kicking
going.
Happy Gilmore's
L.A.
ass, too.
lifestyle, baby.
Yeah.
Warm weather.
Yeah, don't ask Willie McGinnis about that L.A. lifestyle.
Oh, my God.
Ramon, Kayla, and Will,
Please
powered
don't.
by All Four Seasons Garage Doors, live on Zone TV, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Follow us on Twitter at Ramon, Kayla, Will, where you can vote on the poll that we have put up today. Close to 600 votes in with 3 regular season games remaining. The Titans will finish 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, or 0-3. 1-2 leading the way right now at 47.9%. Laura in the chat saying Bob Barker
was just gonna say
turned
that.
99.
Let's go, Bob.
99.
Good
Boy,
for him.
if he hits 100, he got to go back on Price is Right.
Heck yeah.
Got to go on Price is
Yeah,
Right.
I don't
I
know,
agree.
man. He might be a little iffy.
I feel like he might be like that
I mean-
mountain climber gang. Like he'd get all the way up there and then fall over.
Look,
Oh, that's getting cut,
If
bro.
you
That's
gotta-
getting cut.
if they got to do it like Bernie, do it like Bernie style.
Please.
It would be Weekend at Bernie's 3 if Bob Barker comes back on The Price is Right at 100 years old. Speaking of games, it's time now for Bert's
Ooh.
Bowl game.
That's right. I want to explain something first. I don't know about y'all, but there's too many damn bowl games.
There's-
I cannot keep up with these bowl games. They've always got the weirdest names. You never know where they're being played at, and there's a ton of them. So I created this little game to try to test your knowledge on the bowl games and where they're being played. Cue imaging. 40 bowls in 14 days. 40 bowls in 14 days. All right, the game is 40 bowls in 14
I
days.
didn't
my
know that's what
God.
the name of it was. I was unaware.
Oh boy.
We've got a time for
I'm
a few bowl
speechless.
games here, Bert.
We do. The name of the game, 40 bowls in 14 days. All you got to do when I name a bowl game is tell me what city that bowl game is being played in. I will
Okay.
give you the state. All you got to do is help me out. We'll go around the horn on each one, and I got 5 here. So the first one to 4 is going to win, or tie, or who knows. We'll figure it out as we go along.
All right.
I'll start you off with an easy one. starting off yesterday, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, Eastern Michigan and San Jose State. That's today.
That's today.
That's today.
That's where Dawn's
Dawn
at. That's where
Davenport
Dawn's
is doing the
Yeah.
game.
freezing her potato off.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boise.
See, that one's not fair because we know where Dawn's at, so we know that's in Boise.
Blue turf, baby.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's on the
everybody-
Smurf turf.
Everybody gets a point for
Everybody
that.
get a point. Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go.
All
Let's
right,
go.
all right. Next to the next one, Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl, Wake Forest. Ramon's favorite coach, Dave
Yeah,
Clawson,
the Claw
coaching
offense.
against Missouri.
Oh, the look that Ramon had as soon as you
I
mentioned the Claw
know.
offense.
Waco, Texas.
Ramon's going Waco. Kayla,
I'm gonna go Frisco, Texas.
she is going Frisco. Schaefer, what do you?
Now, is it in Texas? Is that the state it's being played
That is
in?
incorrect. No, it is in Florida.
Oh dang, we're
I
out.
led you straight.
Orlando.
I was going to say Orlando.
It is in Tampa.
Oh!
Gasparilla. Apparently, that was a pirate. They have a festival
Oh.
for.
Is that the Mississippi State?
No, Missouri.
Oh, Missouri. Okay.
Missouri.
Okay.
All right, coming up 3, Quick Lane Bowl. You got New Mexico and Bowling Green. It is being played in Michigan.
That's Detroit.
Ann Arbor.
Detroit.
It is in Detroit. That is a point. Kayla and
goodness.
Schaefer are both
I
at
love that. Ann Arbor,
Quick
he
Lane
says.
is Detroit,
That's
obviously. Yeah.
That is impressive.
Ann Arbor. What the hell is wrong with you?
Next bowl, we got the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. It is being played in Arizona.
Excuse me? The guaranteed what?
Rate.
Oh, yeah,
RAT.
clear that up.
Glendale.
In Glendale.
Yeah, if it's in Arizona, it's in Glendale.
Phoenix.
Bro.
Ramon
which
ties
is-
it up because it is being played in Phoenix.
Wait, time out. Is it okay? Yo, stop for a second. Is this at the Arizona Cardinals facility or their stadium, or is it at ASU's?
lifelines,
What stadium is it in?
Yeah.
Oh, God, y'all want all this
Yes, we
details.
want the
Man,
stadium
I wrote this
'cause-
stuff down. It said Phoenix on the list.
However, if it's being played at Arizona Stadium, it's in Glendale.
I just can't get a dub in this studio, kind of boy.
It is being played at Chase Field.
Oh, okay. So that is Phoenix.
So you guys
All
were
right,
wrong.
there
There
you
you
go.
go, Ramon. Do your victory.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Do your
No
dance,
one
do
were
your
taking
dance.
away your
There you
win,
go.
So we
Moan. We were just verifying.
Yeah.
We are tied up at 2
Man.
around.
All right, let's do one
Going
more.
into the last bowl game. Last one, we got
Okay.
the Lending Tree Bowl. It's already happened. Southern Miss beat Rice 38-24. That's the Frank Gore Jr. game where he
Yeah, that's
burst
right.
onto the scene. It is being played in Alabama. What city in Alabama is it being played in? We'll start with Ramon.
Beham. Birmingham.
Yeah,
Montgomery.
No.
Birmingham.
I want to go back.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I already know it.
Nope.
I'm going to give you an answer, but my answer sticks in Birmingham.
You're going with Beham. I said Montgomery.
Yeah,
Kayla?
Birmingham.
It's in Mobile.
No.
Bert?
Lending Tree Bowl is in Mobile.
Oh, wow.
So we're all right. So we're still
First
Oh.
game,
tied.
we tied it
We
up.
are
All right,
bad.
one more. Do you got another one?
I
You got to
do.
break the tie.
Yeah,
Try
that's
see.
fine.
So
I got
bad at
another
this
one.
game.
'Cause then we got to go to break.
The SDCCU Holiday Bowl.
What
North
the hell?
Carolina
Oh, yeah.
playing
San Diego.
Yeah, it's San Diego.
See,
Boom
now we're still
shakalaka.
tied. Look at you guys.
all right,
But okay.
all right, one more.
Okay, one more.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Duke's Mayo Bowl, Maryland, NC State. Kayla, where
That's-
is it being played?
I got it.
I got it.
Well, you're out, Ramon.
What the heck?
Wow. Because we're better than you.
No,
It's
I'm
in North Carolina.
Shut up.
Raleigh.
Charlotte.
Schaefer is our first winner of
Okay.
40 bowls.
Look at
in
that.
14.
Wow.
Hit the music. 40 bowls in 14 days. 40 bowls in 14 days.
That's got a ring to it, man. Dude, you get yourself a deal with that one.
Four's up. Hour 4 next. Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone.
It's 9:03. Good morning from the Superbook.com sports desk. I'm Robert Walsh. The Green Bay Packers handled the LA Rams 24-12 last night. Baker's dozen completions weren't enough to top Rodgers and the Packers' pair of runners. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon combined for 197 total yards and 3 touchdowns. The Packers, they moved to 6-8 and are one game out of second place in the NFC North. Bowl season is well underway, as you found out last segment. Yesterday, Marshall toppled UConn 28-14 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. The Thundering Herd ran for 210 yards on the way to the airbrush T-shirt that is the Myrtle Beach Bowl trophy. Today in bowl action, first at 2:30, Eastern Michigan taking on the San Jose Spartans in the Idaho famous Potato Bowl, played in Boise. From the Spuds to Sputnik, though, the Toledo Rockets take on the Liberty Flames at 6:30 at the roofclaim.com Boca Raton Bowl. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Hour 4, Ramon, Kayla, and Will, 104.5 The Zone, brought to you, as it is every hour of every weekday, by All Four Seasons Garage Doors, where right now it's just one season, and that's winter for sure.
Ooh.
When trust matters, count on All Four Seasons Garage Doors in Nashville. Professional garage door installation and repair from a locally owned and family-run business. Visit allfourseasonsgarages.com/Nashville as we have a little bit of sunshine poking through the clouds. We're enjoying here in our Music Row studios, all guests courtesy of the Mark Spain Real Estate Hotline. We are live on Zone TV. You can chat with us on the YouTube feed, also through Facebook and Twitch. Follow us on Twitter at Ramon Kayla Will. 11-year NFL veteran and Vol for life, Ramon Foster.
That's me.
Putting the big J bolded, italicized, and underlined into journalism.
Yeah.
The best in the world, Craig. We're going to give that to Kayla Anderson today.
Sweet.
I'm Jonathon Shaffer. Best producer in the world.
The best producer in the world.
In for Will Boling, who is loafing, taking off some much-deserved, maybe not really, vacation, but he's chilling, and he has earned that. And doing my job today, and probably doing a better job of it, the best substitute teacher in the world, Robert Walsh, who we call Bert.
The hell's going on?
What's up, bro?
We are getting a very good response to the 40 bowls in 14 days song.
Oh, my goodness.
Hopefully it just earworms you guys.
It's
and every
so
time
funny.
somebody brings up a bowl game, you just say, 40 bowls!
Because
Yep.
literally for the past 10 minutes, I've been walking around going, 40 bowls in 14 days.
Oh, I love that. I
sticks.
should have got you on the mic for that.
Man, Michael Hunter on Twitter said, Robert is a national treasure and must be protected at all costs.
Yes.
They also tagged you, Mahogany did, and said, has the juice now.
Yeah. Roger.
Robert-
Yeah, I'm
Look
sorry,
at
go ahead.
that.
Nah, that was it for me. That's what I'm saying.
Bringing the juice.
Roger on the chat says, can we just roast Buck Rising? And then Dylan said, Buck gets roasted every day on radio. So there you go.
He's like chestnuts right now.
That's how on
God.
an open fire.
On the fire behind you.
On the fire.
The spiritual leader of No Roof Ministries,
Oh, boy.
Ron Slay, will be joining us later this hour. Currently, we recap what happened last night in Monday Night Football, and I enjoyed it, y'all. Trust me, I am enjoying watching the LA Rams get smacked around. Packers with a 24-12 win over the Rams. Well, part of it's because Baker Mayfield's the current quarterback of the Rams, and just because he was a former Cleveland Brown, I'm totally okay with that. And that was a guy that had more fame due to his commercials, which, by the way, were good.
They were pretty funny.
Not going to take that.
Got
Give
the
him
wife
that.
involved in them,
Yeah,
too?
they were
Yeah.
good. They were good commercials. But in terms of playing quarterback in the league, not so much. No. 111 yards passing. That was it for Baker Mayfield. A.J. Dillon, 2 touchdowns. And the Packers, somehow, some way, a ayahuasca-induced chance of entering the playoffs. It's very slim, but the Packers still with a playoff chance, which means Aaron Rodgers is going to keep playing. Because I kind of thought if they would have lost, Aaron was going to say, you know what? I'm a little banged up. I'm going to head to the house.
He's keeping it in.
He can go meditate.
He
the rest
can
of the
go
season.
meditate, man.
He can go meditate and take a performance-enhancing drug that he doesn't get,
Knocked for.
punished for.
The fact that he said all that and it was okay, boy. I tell
he
you
just
the
dared
truth.
the league to do something about
Yeah,
it.
what are they going to
did.
do? They're not.
Yeah, still.
Made that clear.
He did make that clear, didn't he? Shout out to him. More power to it, man. I'm here for
That's a weird dude.
degeneratism.
Weird dude.
He's a bit interesting. We've been having to deal with some losing streaks here in Nashville. One got snapped last night. Nashville Predators defeated the Edmonton Oilers 4-3 in overtime. The Preds snapped a 6-game losing streak. And real quickly, Kayla, what I couldn't believe, because it's been a very up and down year for the Predators.
To say the least.
Yeah, win 3, lose 4, then win 4, and
They lost 6 straight, though.
they've lost 6 straight. It's been bad, but it's been that type of a year.
Mm-hmm.
But they are only 4 points out of what would be the last playoff spot in the West.
Yeah, there's lots of hockey to be played. Let's make that clear.
So despite not being able to score, much like the team that plays over the East Bank, they're still in the playoff hunt.
That's what's crazy is the two teams in Nashville, the two big pro teams, and I don't want to leave Nashville SC out at all, but those are the two teams that have been around for a little bit. They aren't scoring points.
Yeah.
They've had a hard time scoring points. And defensively, you look at UC, the guy in between the pipes for them. He's been pretty good, all things considered. But yeah, there's a lot of time to be played in terms of the hockey. We'll see what happens, though. They can't go in another skid, I'll tell you that much.
So fortunately, they were able to break that losing streak. You can vote on our Twitter poll right now at Ramon, Kayla, Will. With 3 regular season games remaining, the Titans will finish either 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3, over 600 votes in. Just updated, 620 votes in, and the poll will be up for another 40 minutes for the length of the show. The leader right now, 1-2 at 48.2%.
Almost 50, huh?
Dang.
Yeah, not great, Bob.
I have more faith in the Titans than that, and the fan base.
Well, this is the fans voting.
I know.
I just don't think they.
I would have
have
never,
faith.
ever thought they vote 1 and 2. 2-1 is fair. Like, okay, 3 games. I'll give you 66% on these. This is all right to me.
Yeah, 2-1 is at 28.2%. 0-3 is actually in third at 18.2%. 3-0 at 5.3%. So that's the poll that's currently up on our Twitter page. And actually the one from yesterday, will the Titans win the division? Knowing that they still have a very good chance at doing that. Not as much as they did 4 weeks ago, but still a very good chance to do that. Yesterday, will the Titans win the division? 48.9% said no.
Wow.
26.1% said, I hate it here.
Wow.
So only 25% said yes. I threw in the I hate it here just to see how upset the fans were.
Yeah.
So basically 75% said, look.
I hate it here.
Thank you.
Stewie, I love you.
Stewie's the best.
He is the best.
Things suck right now. They do.
Mm-hmm.
Lost 4 in a row. Injuries galore everywhere you can imagine with this team.
Yeah.
Okay? Not great, Bob. A lot of low morale. But I think the situation, and we'll see who's starting at quarterback Saturday.
Right.
Yeah, the latest from Tom Pelissaro.
Yeah.
An uphill battle.
Yeah. Well, it's always been an uphill battle since he got hurt.
Exactly.
So that's not really breaking news.
No.
I mean, no offense to Tom. He's doing his job. But okay.
But those are words being given to him. Yeah.
So I think Mike Vrabel summed it up pretty well yesterday. If Ryan Tannehill can go, he's going to be the starter.
Right.
He will be nowhere close to 100%. Nowhere close to that. And it is going to be cold and perhaps the coldest game in the history of the Titans coming up on Saturday.
Does that affect it, though?
That's the question.
With the ankle?
That's my question.
Right?
Tendons and cold weather they take a little time. We were having this conversation yesterday. One of my former teammates, man, said he had to get out of Pittsburgh because he was fine in the earlier months when it was warm.
Mm-hmm.
But in the wintertime, it took a little bit too long for him to get going, stay warm. You know, it's one of those things. He's a running back. And like him going to Arizona was better for him than it was staying in Pittsburgh, even though he's from Pittsburgh. Heck, he's from one of the coldest regions. And he, Erie, Pennsylvania. They have the biggest snow you ever want to see all the time. And he was just like professionally for himself. It was better for him to be in a warm weather team than it was to be on the team that he loved. And I was just like, that's a smart business decision as far as knowing yourself too. Like cold tendons, it irks you a little bit more when you're in cold weather like that, as far as staying warm and whatnot.
Yeah, and if the emphasis is going to be on running the football because it's that cold, and of course Derrick Henry, who had well over 200 yards last time when he played the Texans, did that with Malik Willis at quarterback. That's who was at quarterback the last time they played the Texans. And you want to have that element of Malik being able to run the football. Still don't know how well he can throw the football in terms of consistency because we haven't seen that yet. But we'll see who the starting quarterback is.
Yeah.
You like your chances either way, but I do that Mike Vrabel would prefer if he can have Ryan Tannehill out there. Mm-hmm. It's just with that cold weather and both of his ankles being wonky.
Mm-hmm. And if defense can't get off the field, that's longer time for him to sit and stiffen up a little bit more, too, as far as that cold weather goes.
And we'll see the injury reports throughout the week. And this was courtesy of Wes on Broadway Sports. You can follow him at Titans Stats. These were the Titans that got banged up and injured on Sunday. Of course, Ryan Tannehill, Hollywood Cole, Dylan Cole, Terrence Mitchell, Dylan Radins, Andrew Adams, Josh Thompson, defensive back, who just come back recently. Mm-hmm. Nate got banged up. Corey Levin got brought into the game with Nate banged up. And Dr. Jack Gibbons, inside linebacker.
Dr. Gibby.
So to just show you the injury woes the Titans have had, how many of those players, some of them were starting, got banged up, and what's their status going to be?
Yeah.
The backups are going down.
Yeah.
That's like where you're just going, what is going on?
And Mike Vrabel looked as exasperated on the sideline Sunday as I've ever seen him as the head coach of the Tennessee Titans.
There was one crouching moment, which he does often. That's definitely a move that he has on the sidelines. But there was one crouching moment where I was like, is the man getting up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan Cole was down bad. I don't know what it was, but he was hurting.
I mean, this team can't get David Long back soon enough. They can't get Amani Hooker back soon enough.
Danico.
Can't get Danico back soon enough.
Jeff, a healthier.
Yeah, and
Jeff.
I don't think that's happening this
now,
season.
Tierre Tart was out because of personal reasons.
Yeah, he went home. His partner had a baby. But
hey, nice.
But that's what's pretty remarkable about what that defense was able to do, was that they were missing so many people.
It was incredible.
Look, when you had a defense of, and I like Andrew Adams, don't get me wrong, 69 snaps, 97% of the snaps on defense. Greg Mabin, 57 snaps, 80%. Joshua Kalu, 52, 73%. Jack Gibbons, 33 snaps. I wouldn't know John Reed if he walked into the studio right now.
That sounds like a writer.
Well, you wouldn't either because he doesn't. Nothing against John Reed, but even in the locker room, like, man, he's a small guy. Like,
And people were talking about me for not knowing Rocky Boy.
That's because we expect more of you. We just got let down.
No, but I'm telling you, it's hard right now in the locker room to go in there and know faces right away. Like, I have to take a second.
Yeah.
Because there's so many rotating guys.
Yes.
Or just guys that come in that it takes you a minute to realize
But also, Rocky has flaming orange hair, so that could have helped you out. But
that's true.
John Reed, 33 snaps, 46%.
Yeah.
Jarrell Basham just picked up not that long ago.
Is that Boogie or
21
that's
snaps.
little brother? That's not Boogie Basham,
I
is
don't
it?
think so. No.
Jeez.
And then Terrence Mitchell, 17 snaps.
that's because he left.
Right, because he got injured.
Yeah.
When you've had your street free agents come in, having to play that much, and some of them are getting banged up, such as Terrence Mitchell, problems.
Fam.
And that's what didn't really happen last year. You had the guys come in, the backups come in, and they pretty much played.
And had a lot of different backups.
And but they played, and they weren't getting hurt.
So much of the Titans' success for the remainder of this season, and if they do win the division, qualify for the playoffs, it's this simple. Offensive line aside, that's its own calamity. Injuries.
Yep.
It's
the
injuries.
health of the team.
We can talk all offseason about why and how many And how do you fix it? And strength and conditioning and all of that jazz. Right now, it's a matter of how many healthy players can get back to the Tennessee Titans.
Fast.
That's what it is.
Up next, Ron Slay. Nothing else needs to be said. 104.5 The Zone. 9:26. Ramon, Kayla, and Will. We continue on. Before we introduce our man from No Roof Ministries, Ron Slay, we want to go to Tristan out in Pleasant View, who's been patiently holding. Tristan, you're on 104.5 The Zone. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I
Morning.
just want to get right after it. I know y'all were talking about how to act on a Tuesday. I tell you how to act. I think we woke up today, so we should be excited that we got a chance to turn things around.
Yeah.
And speaking of turning things around, how do we have some fans talking about, let's just give up. The division title doesn't matter. Playoffs don't matter. That is crazy talk to me, because I tell you what, if I had kids, any kids, cousins, nephews, nieces, and I was out there watching their little league games, their middle school games, their high school games, and they weren't doing good, the last thing I'm going to tell them is, you know what, go sit on the bench. It don't matter. Go cry. It don't matter. You getting that title doesn't matter. That's not what it's about.
True.
They're going to go out there. Our Titans are going to go out there and do what they do, no matter how we feel. So us just blah, blah, all that rah-rah we're doing, it ain't worth it. Let's talk some positivity to these boys. It's hard to be a fan sometimes, but you got to be a fan. You got to stand by them no matter what. And that's all I got to say. Merry Christmas. Y'all have a good day.
Hey, Tristan.
He
Appreciate
is in the
that.
holiday spirit.
And see, that is the perfect way to bring in our man, our brother, the man who is definitely leading the charge for 3HL this week. He is the right reverend of No Roof Ministries. He is Ron Slay.
The right reverend. What's happening, y'all?
What's up, Slay?
So
What's
let's go
good?
off of that phone call, Ron, because we've been talking about this, and there has been a portion of the fan base. I'm not going to try to put a percentage to it, because that's almost impossible to do. I get it, Ron. I get it in terms of the battered Titan syndrome, the 4-game losing streak, the injuries, and things do look a little dark, a little bleak at the moment for obvious reasons. But I love everything that guy just said.
Yeah, and I think that's what you lean on, man. Like, it's difficult in seasons, man, because seasons, even though they seem like they go quick, like we're here at the end of the season, 3 games left, it seemed like it flew by.
Yeah.
But when you're in it as a player, man, this thing is long. I mean, long, and you always look for different points in the season that you can find a breath of fresh air. This is what I was saying on 3HL yesterday. Like, who can be that breath of fresh air? I think that's all they need. You know what I'm saying? The problem, I think, with this team, when it comes to health, it's just guys going down one after another, after another, after another. So you never get any continuity. It's like, man, Savage get back out there. I'm like, oh, yeah, my dog back.
Yep.
Then I go down.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving him there. Then he like, oh, man, I can't wait till my dog get back. Then Kayla go down, and it's like, oh, come on, dog. So it's like, it's dominoes, and what you like to get is some kind of continuity with health. Like, forget the play. The talent and everything will take care of itself.
Right.
And that'll resort to wins if you go out there and do what you're supposed to do and just have your guys. That's the problem. They ain't got their guys.
No.
So when you looking and you grasping at straws, you're like, man, what do we do? So getting ready to go and win the AFC South, I think is a good mark or goal for you to be like, all right, let's get this done. And then let's reset. You know what I mean? And see where we are. Maybe we get 1 or 2 guys back, regardless of who they are. It's going to be a guy that's been there since the core. You know what I'm saying? And one of those core guys, and you're like, okay, maybe we can do it. And all you need, man, listen, you can call it a false sense of hope, whatever you want to call it. But all it takes is a little bit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And you get on a run, you get the tumbling. Yeah, you know what I mean? And if you get right there to the edge and it's time for a moment, like Coach Mack always say, make those moments and win those times, it can be different. You know what I'm saying? You get a guy like Hooker back and he makes a play and you're like, God, we've been missing that all season. Well, it hit at the right time. You know what I'm saying? So it's 2 ways to look at it, and I prefer to look at it from that perspective as a college, I said.
Because that's the thing. I don't want to invalidate why people feel the way they do. Because it's just, look, man, it's just taking that old wound on your arm and you're just picking that scab off and you're just itching it. And then all that pain and all those memories are coming back. I understand that.
Yep.
You got a game to play Saturday.
Right.
Then the following Thursday.
Yep.
And then the next Sunday.
Yep.
And how many times, and you can speak from your own experience, of course, playing at Tennessee and also playing in Europe, just get into the tournament.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah, because again,
That's all you got to do.
when you compare it to everybody else in the tournament, not great right now.
Yeah.
But just get in.
And then even more so, my bad, Shay, even more so than that, like, you come down to one game, basketball a tad bit different. That's why I loved Europe, because, those series were a little different as far as not being a 7-game series. We go 5 games or 3 games, first round 3 games. You get a win, hey, man, you turn the tide immediately.
Yeah.
Football, you get that one win, dog, just like this 4-game stretch of losing can happen, it can turn around and you go on a 4-game winning streak too. Just as easy. Like, you got to be plays made, health and all that stuff, but it can be that simple. It can be that simple. So, man, you got to be able to hold on to something. That's why it was strange to hear Byard.
I was just going to ask you about that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I understand the frustration of it, and that's part of it, the price you pay when, your frustration and your confidence shook a little bit, and the first thing you do, you don't get to recover or recoup or think. You just get a mic stuck in your face. You're kind of like, man, let me tell y'all then, since y'all keep asking, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this, you want transparency? You got it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. And he was being asked the question 2, 3, 4 times, which I'm not criticizing those questions being.
You got to ask.
You got to ask questions like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you just get to the point, even as professional and as chill as Kevin Byard is, you just get to a point where it's like, I got nothing. And let's revisit that Kevin Byard response following the loss to the Chargers on Sunday out in L.A.
Yeah, we fought. Obviously, didn't show up in the biggest moment of the game, which obviously the last drive, so disappointed about that. But, made some plays, but obviously wasn't, good enough or enough to win the ball game. So that's what it comes down to.
What's the difference between this game and the last couple of games, Kevin? I mean, is there something that stands out in terms of what's not necessarily clicking or the execution at times, or is there even a common thread?
I really see a difference. I mean, we lost. So, I mean, that's probably the biggest thing I've been saying. We've been losing. So we lost 4 straight, so, I mean, I don't know.
Things slipping away?
It seemed like it. I don't know.
Jaguars one behind you now.
I mean, we lost. I mean, division's still there, but personally, I can care less about that. Like, I'm not really into it. I mean, obviously want to win the division and all that stuff, but I'm not really into, like, just getting to the playoffs and all that. It don't look like we're a team right now that's going to beat anybody. So we got to find a way to get back to work and beat Houston. I mean, that's all we can really do at this point.
It's just frustration.
Yeah.
It is.
Go ahead, Shay.
And that's a guy that has a higher level, a higher standard, a higher level of achievement that he wants to get to. And he's just sitting here going, look, we were playing John Reed from wherever he's from in our secondary to try to win this game, and we were this close to doing it, just a couple plays away. You haven't won a game in a month.
You're also talking to a defensive player that has been put in a position all season long that has saved this team in many instances. The defense.
Yep.
They wore the smackdown too.
Yep.
And that's frustration probably boiling a little from that perspective. He's never going to say that because they don't point fingers on this team.
Right.
But I feel like that's also a part of it.
That's listen, let me pull the curtain back a little bit. Hey, man, when you fresh out of a game as a player and you moved on, once you get in the shower, a little bit of that sting from the game comes off. You know what I mean? You get outside, you get back out there with your teammates, even in a loss, you're getting dressed. You know what I mean? You start getting back fly, you're like, okay, let me get my mindset right because I got to go out here and see my family. You know what I mean? They ain't had nothing to do with this loss. Let me get back in the son, dad, uncle mode, whatever it is, cousin mode. Let me get back into that mode. Then you got to answer questions. So when you start to answer questions, you see the way it started. What you do mentally as an athlete, you automatically start getting snapshots of the game. Playing back in your head. And what was happening when he was kept getting asked questions, the game started playing back. He was like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, so because he answered calm at first. And it was like, okay, man, this is what it is. Boom, bam, built. Then they kept asking, it's like, golly, I do remember that. Hey, man, listen, man, I don't care nothing about no AFC division. Like, man, dude, we got to get a win. You know what I mean? I don't think we can, so it built up. And that's what happens,
when he
man.
said, well, crap, it was like, man, we really are what you said we are.
You start making them relive it, man, and that's what happens, man. So I'm not blaming Byard at all. I love the transparency of it. It's just, dude, when it's hot, It's hot. If you ask them that a day later, regardless of how many questions you ask them, I guarantee you wouldn't get none of those.
But this is the other part too, and what you asking him, where you say he start revisiting. Savage. Like you say, y'all get y'all games maybe 2 a week, maybe 3 in a week sometimes on the weekends. Okay, you might get a Monday, Wednesday, Sunday or something, right? It's been a month.
Yeah.
That's heavy.
Yeah. Yep.
And you done lost to good teams. You done lost to bad teams. You've lost close games.
Yeah.
Like, which other way can you lose?
You lost in
or why
all
can't you
different ways.
win?
Yeah.
So that's beyond frustrating, man.
I totally get it. Listen, I totally understand what they're going through. I said it the other day, to keep it here in the United States. I felt like I was part of the biggest debacle in Tennessee basketball history. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were ranked number 4 my sophomore year. We were Final Four bound. Ain't no question about it. We had lottery picks that couldn't get in the game. You know what I'm saying? We're just still as talented, and went on like 2-10 out of the last 10 games, getting ready to go in the SEC tournament. So I know what it's like to go on that losing streak, and you just can't get it. I mean, 1-point losses, bad losses. You up 20 and lose, and then you'll have a moment where it snap, and you're like, hey, man, we got it. And then you go back out and lose again. It's like, come on, dog. But we did look forward to getting to the tournament, and we kept saying that. So that's what I feel like is going on with the Titans. If we can get to the tournament, which is the playoffs, everything, we can try to right our wrongs. You know what I'm saying? That's what we look forward to. March Madness. Can we get to March Madness? We didn't even trip off the SEC tournament.
Yeah.
We was like, man, we're going to go play that, have fun in it. You know what I mean? Ended up winning the game, and, it was in Nashville, so we got our morale back. We were like, okay, we got our swag going. Let's go to Charlotte, and then end up losing to Charlotte. But that's the thing, man. If you get in that tournament, you can turn it around. So I totally get the frustration, dude. Like you said, Savage, just a month, and that thing rolls, dog. And then you got to keep hearing about it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's difficult. It's difficult. Y'all got a whole little different lane, dog. I'm gonna be real.
Want to go out to RJ in Phoenix real quick here on Ramon, Kayla, and Will on 104.5 The Zone. RJ, what's up, brother?
What's going on, everybody? Happy holidays.
Yeah, you too.
RJ, what's happening, dude?
What's going on, man? So it ain't even about giving up or going in the corner crying. It's like, if you ain't seeing nothing change, nothing different, then what hope do you have? You feel me? Like, that's the thing. It's like a big picture thing. If we not finna do nothing, like, why? I keep saying it. Why do we want a first round exit, a 23rd, 24th round pick, and then we're gonna play a first round schedule again next year just to have the same thing happen again? Like, I don't understand it. If they was trying different stuff, if we could see some type of glimmer of hope. I'm talking about they got rid of J-Rob, but then kept the OC. Like, how does that even make sense? I'm not seeing nothing that's making sense. And I'm out here, and this is what's so hurtful to me. See, y'all in Nashville, so y'all have each other to I'm out here in Phoenix by myself with this Titan jersey on. I got the flags on my car. I got the magnets on the side, and we doing what we doing, and it's hurting me, man. It's hurting my heart.
Hey, RJ, just get out of Phoenix and come to Nashville, brother.
Come on
now.
Oh, it's too cold.
Yeah, I'm like, he's taking the heat on
like
right
James
now.
Conner now.
He's loving that desert life right now.
The family good, RJ.
Hey, you know what? That is literally a fair weather fan then, since it's that nice in Phoenix.
Yeah, everything is good, man. I appreciate everything y'all do. Y'all keep me connected to the team, man. I love 104.
That's cool.
Appreciate you. Thank you, RJ.
And plus, he doesn't feel bad because the Cardinals are just crap.
Yeah.
So at least he can roll around feeling a little bit more.
Can I be real with you?
Yeah.
Because I was one of the ones that predicted it. Watching Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray not succeed.
Listening.
I
think
if you kind of knew football, you kind of predicted that.
Yeah. This
Hey.
match wasn't made in heaven.
Don't steal my joy.
Yeah. Just let it happen. Huh?
I feel like Ramon right now. Don't steal my. Hey, you know what? I finally know what you feel like. Don't steal. No, I'm just kidding.
I've been talking about Baby Yoda for years.
Yeah, that's
folks.
right. No, I'm not going to take
no
away
brakes
Kayla's
on that
shine.
car, huh? Let it roll.
9:40. Up next, another segment with our man, our brother Ron Slay, and we might even play more of 40 bowls in 14 days. You know about that,
You're
Ron?
a bird,
you know about
man.
that game?
Hey, man, I've been listening.
Oh, God.
Y'all are foolish. And I'm loving it.
Wait a minute.
I'm
When
here for
Ron
it.
Slay is saying y'all are foolish, we're doing a good job.
Yep.
And it's a Tuesday, so we're going to act like it here on 104.5 The Zone. This is why Bert is the best substitute teacher in the business. Ramon, Kayla, and Will, 104.5 The Zone.
Did he just go and drink?
Yeah,
and
that's
drink?
exactly what happened.
Dude,
Who is it?
Yin Yang Twins. They gotta hold on.
That's Yin Yang Twins,
yeah.
Anything that makes Ron Slay laugh makes me happy.
I'm with the Yin Yang anytime.
Jonathan Shaffer and for Will Boling, Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Ron Slay of 3HL here for the final segment of today's show, then followed by the Lucas Panzica show with Buck Rising. With that. Ron, over the weekend, it was late. It was late on a Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Not to be that kid who went, good effort, good job. But tough game in Arizona.
Yeah.
Lost that one, unfortunately. But apparently, Rick Barnes no longer wants to see or hear certain antics from a certain player on this Tennessee squad.
Yeah, big Euros. You got to be able to taper it. I think when it starts to affect the team's game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Individually, it's okay. You know what I mean? Because we can work through that. You ain't affecting us. We still going to do what we do. We can sub you out. It ain't no problem. But once you start to affect the team game because he is so impactful as a senior, like you got to cut it down. The man started off that Arizona game having a really good game, answering on both ends of the floor. And you needed him to be out there to bang with Big Ballo, man, because he's a guy that can get it done.
Huge.
Big old boy, man. So he hurt with and he didn't even say nothing. That's the thing. But you learn as you go further into your career. You need to have those guys as far as coaches or whatever it is. Mine was officials.
Mm-hmm.
That pulled me to the side of my sophomore year, because they always bring the referees in early during the season.
Yeah.
The player exhibition, a team scrimmage, and then after you can ask the referees questions and stuff.
Yeah.
And I always, John Clockerty, man, I'll never forget a legendary official. I hope he's still alive. But his son was son official too. He pulled me to the side and was like, "Hey, Slay, man, listen. You got to stop showing us up so much."
Oh.
I was like, "Man, what you mean? I ain't showing y'all up." He said, "I understand, like you getting the fans hype and everything, but it's like we lost control of the game a little bit at times."
Interesting.
So I said, "Okay, cool." You know what I mean?
That's
so,
good officiating off the court.
Man, like what?
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that. He could let me just go through my career and have a great game and
just
get
tee you
fired.
up.
You know what I'm
You're
saying?
out. Yeah.
So I understood, man. I started learning referees' names, and it's little things. You know what I mean? Learn their names. And I also start going to shake the coach's hands.
Yep.
So I'm letting them know, everybody in the arena, y'all see this? Before I go out here for the jump ball, ain't nothing but a sign of respect out here. But when we get out here, man, I'm a warrior. You know what I mean? I'm competitive. So now they start looking at it as, oh, man, the dude got passion. He ain't just out here talking. You know what I mean? This is a part of his game. So Euro's got to pick his spots where it doesn't impact.
This what got me about Plavich and that tech that he ended up getting for no particular reason. Ballo had just scored.
Yep.
And they walked past each other. Ballo just tossed the ball back. I didn't understand the retaliation from Plavich to actually be like, stare him up and down. Because I'm like, hey, this a heavy task all night long, and he got a buddy that's 7'1" too.
Yeah.
And
You
get
making it
busy,
worse
too.
for him, and that's what happened.
And that's the thing. So what happened on it? This happens all the time. When you get in front of, if I score, boom, I lay it in, and I'm turning, and I don't know you right here.
Yep.
And they met.
Yep.
Right. And instead of, you know what I mean, my bad in the heat of the moment, his persona that helps him in his game, because he's not a 15 or 18-point scorer, is the attitude that he brings. So his 6 points is elevated to 10 when he's nasty and, man, get out of my way. You know what I'm saying? You just didn't have to do that right then. You know what I mean? So you got to pick and choose. And it did hurt. If he would have been able to play, that would have been a little different. You would have had
vibing right there. He just caught his. Oh my!
It was real good. But you know what I mean? It's growing pains. Good. It happened now early in the season.
Yeah.
You can nip it in the bud. So going into the SEC season, it's a little different.
Ron, do you want to be a part of the game that is sweeping the nation?
Oh, boy.
Give it to me,
Bert. Let's do it.
40 bowls in 14 days. 40 bowls in 14 days.
All right, 40 bowls, 14 days. We're going to do a quick version here. There are too many damn bowls. Just tell me where it's being
You got
played
such
at.
of a Jack Black.
I got to live up to that now. I got to live up to that.
The pick of destiny.
Too good. Tony the Tiger, Sun Bowl. It is being played in Texas with Pitt
El Paso.
and UCLA. Kayla with a prominent El Paso.
Dallas.
I'm going to go El Paso because I know she's
No,
right.
Frisco.
Nope, you said Dallas. You can't do that.
I'm going Frisco because this is my brother.
Tiger Bowl is in El Paso.
But
we both wrong. We both
wrong.
Yeah,
you
we
riding
riding
right,
together.
yo.
Wrong.
You getting arrested.
You literally just dapped up for missing a free
I know,
throw. That
you're
was
like,
great.
but we're both wrong.
I loved it.
All right,
Love
the
it.
Barstool Arizona Bowl, Ohio and Wyoming. It is being played in, who would
Tempe.
have thought, Arizona.
Arizona.
Tempe.
Give me Scottsdale.
Shafe.
Where?
All right. Kayla says Tempe, and she's probably right, so I'm going to say Flagstaff.
I'm going with Tempe.
Everybody wrong. It's in Tucson.
I should have knew that, man.
How did I not get that?
This is what went on, my bro. Shit. Me and dog should just kept
Kayla's got to
on.
go back to gang school.
We was having a good
I
time.
know. My old stomping grounds, and I didn't even get that.
All right. So right now, Shafe and Kayla tied
Okay.
with one.
That's
Okay.
all right.
Miss Savage tied, too.
I know.
As long as we both
I
at
didn't
the
know.
end, they be the head.
Hope this doesn't get racial.
The Relia Quest Bowl, Mississippi State,
The
Illinois.
what?
Relia
Quest.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Who the hell are these sponsors?
Tampa Bay.
How am I going to buy? We got Tampa from Kayla.
I love that he just went into Seinfeld, North Carolina.
Give me Jacksonville.
How in the hell do we have all these boys?
That was pretty Hank Hill.
I got Jacksonville.
All right, where's
How do we know it's Florida?
All right, repeat
I
this.
told
He
you.
said
It
the
is
state. He said
Florida.
the state.
Yeah,
Okay.
it
Where's
is
this?
Florida. I
It
said
is in Florida.
And I said Tampa.
I got Jacksonville.
I'm going Jacksonville.
Give me Orlando. Just for the hell of it.
It's in Tampa.
Y'all,
Again?
it's the pirate ship.
Oh.
Mike Leach, the Mississippi State game.
Oh, it so
Yeah.
is. Why you didn't say the team?
All right, one
He
more.
He did.
Kayla
He
is-
did.
Kayla's
See,
in the lead.
because y'all were
Because I had a good
distracted,
time.
and I
That's
just.
good. That's good.
Kayla's-
somebody.
That's good.
Kayla's in the lead, and there's no chance for any of you to catch her. But we will play one more
Shut
right
your
here. The Duluth Trading Cure Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
It is played in Florida. Troy and UTSA. It's already been played. Troy
Yeah.
18, UTSA 12 in Florida.
Yeah.
What's the city?
Orlando.
Miami.
I'm just staying in Orlando.
Boca Raton?
Give me
no.
Miami.
Fort Myers.
Slay's going to close it out with a point because
There
it is in
Fort
Orlando.
Myers. Oh, Orlando. Okay.
I told him, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah. Just stay in Disneyland, baby. Disney World.
So excited about that.
Yeah, that's all I needed, Kayla.
I love it.
Just one.
Ron,
I love
3HO
it.
later today, 3 to 6. What do we
Yeah.
got?
Man, we got yeah.
Home Alone. Home Alone.
Home Alone
Yeah.
Christian. I don't know what we got.
You lost in New York.
Jim Wine and Chris Lowe coming on, man. We can't
Who's
going down.
co-hosting with you?
Kevin Dyson.
Hey,
Dr.
Dr.
Dyson.
Dyson.
Hey, just come on. This is going to be a great time. We're going off the rails today.
Love it.
Babs can't stop you because she working today.
Yeah, it might not
Love
talk
it.
about no sports.
She's freezing her potato off up there
Yes.
in Boise.
How many
Yeah.
cigs did you light as a kid for auntie, parent, somebody?
Lee Selma.
Oh, boy.
That was an honor, wasn't it?
Y'all, what?
Hey,
I might
baby.
even took a drag getting out of there.
For Bert, Ron, Kayla, I'm Jonathon Shaffer in for Will. Moan, send them to wherever they got to go today.
Remember, there's no arguing at family holidays, but your Twitter fingers and your mic are always hot.
40 balls!
Yo,